Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Thursday. We are back, and Aylin, it's great to see you. How you doing? How are the things? We gotta. I think. Don't quote me on this, but I think we are at the last showcase for this half of the year. It's only about 40 minutes, so it shouldn't be too bad, and it's one of my most anticipated games for this year. It's coming out in less than 2 months. So yeah, doing good, just chilling while I play some Stardew. Oh my god. Wait, you play Stardew? Did you hear the video game, or the VGA strike is over? I didn't, actually, but then again, I've been, like, trying to stay away from news, only because, especially when it comes to SAG-AFTRA and VGAs and stuff like that, it kind of has a way sometimes of, like, spoiling things in terms of like what's coming up and what's starting up again and so on. And there have just been like so many new games and yada 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 that I wanted to stay away from it until I could experience stuff myself. But I'm glad to hear that the strike is over. Thank God. That's huge, because if I'm being completely honest, do you want to know why I haven't tried voice acting in the last year? There you go. Yes, I play Stardew and I mod it. So every once in a while, I get a hankering for Stardew Valley. Myself, Myth, Itzy, I know Bloop, couple of others. Yeah, we kind of go nuts for like a week straight. And we end up playing Stardew for like anywhere between 6 to 8 hours a night for like a week or two straight. Yeah, the strike has put a damper on something. Well, I mean, it has, and that's kind of the pain in the ass, right? Is like, I really don't want to come off as a scab, somebody who's going behind the back of the union. And trying to get my name out there while everybody else is like, sitting on a picket line. That just really sounds like a really stupid idea. So I've been kind of holding off on trying to figure out where I need to go for that. 'Cause yeah, that would just be a bad idea. For sure. The union is important. Yeah. I mean, it stinks because I do love doing stuff like that, and I do love coming up with different voices and everything else. And it is a lot of fun to kind of get into a character like that, but you don't want to screw people at the same time, which, let's face it, that's probably what would end up happening. So, best if I don't. But now that it's over, hooray! I'd have to read into it a little bit more and see exactly what they were able to compromise on, but I am really happy to hear about it for sure. Okay. Why do they do that? I hate that more videos thing. Okay. We're getting into this. I haven't seen any of this yet, so this is going to be interesting. This is the KONAMI press start showcase that happened at 7 in the morning. For all of us in Central Time. I wasn't staying up to watch it. So, we're going to watch it now, but I am going to... Okay. I was like, oh shit, is this going to be really too loud? So here we go. Let's get into it. You're going to play Haunted Chocolate... I really want to try that.
A quiet wish to bring joy to someone, somewhere. From that flame of passion, KONAMI games are born.
Nice little touch. They did the Konami code at the beginning. Oh, shit.
My name is Noriaki Okamura, and I am the producer of the Metal Gear series. Today, we've prepared an extended version of our recent trailer with a few more new details. Please take a look.
Patrol here. We have evidence of an enemy intruder. Commence alert formation.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
I cannot wait for this game.
Where did he go?
We've lost sight of the enemy. Find him. We're under fire. Enemy position unknown.
Loading like this? It's a revolution.
All right, Commander.
Baby.
Take this. Here comes another one. You won't get away from me.
Time for you to taste some real pain.
What's the matter? I'm over here. Go back to your own world.
See you in hell. I'll grind you into nothing. What the?
God, that looks so good. Snake versus monkey.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Snake versus Bomberman. No shit. Wow. I mean, I guess that makes sense. It's on Xbox. Secret Theater Delta. Ooh, okay. Oh, I am pumped for this game.
I'm Yuji Korakado, the creative producer. For this trailer, we wanted to focus on the gameplay. While the basic gameplay of the boss battles remains the same, we've made some updates to the AI and animations, and rebalanced some things. In addition to the main story, the PS5 and Steam versions also include a remade version of the Ape Escape crossover mode, Snake versus Monkey. For the Xbox version, we collaborated with another Konami series, Bomberman, to create Snake versus Bomberman, where you'll enter the jungle to chase down and blast away Bomberman.
That's actually cool.
Alongside Snake vs. Monkey, the much-requested Secret Theater also makes a return. In the remake, the original Secret Theater videos will now be found as collectibles in-game. In addition, there are also all-new Secret Theater videos made for Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. They'll be secretly carried by enemy soldiers, so try to track them down. The Sneaking DLC pack contains unique uniforms with special appearances and effects. In-game, the player can also find and enjoy secret and specialized items, weapons, and uniforms to use and enjoy in infiltration situations. And of course, one more thing.
Oh? Fox Hunt.
I'm Yu Sahara, the director for Fox Hunt mode in Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. Fox Hunt is a completely original online multiplayer mode. Though it shares the same world with Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, the gameplay is completely different. When we say Metal Gear multiplayer, many fans will probably think of Metal Gear Online, but Fox Hunt will be its own new type of mode. We very much appreciate all the longtime fans of MGO who have always wanted to see it make a comeback, but the landscape of multiplayer games has changed a lot since MGO.
Yeah, so in Metal Gear Solid 3, when it first came out, they had a multiplayer mode that it kind of worked. It was kind of cool, but it was on PlayStation 2. So it could only go so far. They also had one for Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker and Metal Gear Solid 4. Both of them ended up getting shut down after roughly about a year because there were too many problems in terms of people cheating and exploiting and everything else. So they just said, fuck it, we're shutting it down. And then for a while, I want to say it was somewhere close to about 5 years, they had an online mode for Metal Gear Solid 5. Specifically for the PC is the one I'm talking about, but they did have it for PS4 as well. And that went really, really well, but little by little, less people were playing it and so on. So they shut it down for PlayStation, but I think it's still going. Excuse me, I think it's still going for PC. So yeah, people have always loved the multiplayer. I've never been a big multiplayer fan when it comes to Metal Gear, but to each their own. But it's cool to see it back again, for sure. Hopefully it works well this time.
It took a lot of careful consideration to think about what a new online mode should look like. Based on the iconic stealth and survival elements in the Metal Gear series, we are taking camouflage and hide-and-go-seek to the next level. We challenged ourselves to make something unique that is more than just a shootout. We've used that back-and-forth tension of staying hidden or searching out the enemy to create an online experience unique to Metal Gear. Those are all the details we can share with you for now, but we're working hard on getting Fox Hunt to you all. We plan to have more news on Fox Hunt in the future, so please stay tuned.
That's cool.
We still have more to share, so look forward to hearing even more about what's coming in Metal Gear Solid Delta, Snake Eater. Thank you.
Hell yeah. Oh, that's going to be so much fun. They definitely started off strong, you're right. Oh yeah, it's the octopus one.
Carpon. I'm executive producer at ZDT Studio.
I'm Mika Tangai, art director.
And I'm Gilles Lejeune, creative director.
And today, we're very excited to present you our debut game, Darwin's Paradox.
Darwin's Paradox is an adventure platformer game where players take on the role.
This looks like a lot of fun. You're an octopus. This one just looks goofy and stupid and fun.
Darwin, an octopus who is suddenly torn from his ocean by a mysterious beam of light. He wakes up in an industrial complex and has only one desire: to escape this hostile world and return to the ocean.
We'll be traversing a multitude of environments, moods, challenges, and gameplay mechanics. The octopus is very endearing with incredible natural abilities, and we've amplified them to create even more interesting gameplay mechanics and humorous touches.
He's a true superhero. He has incredible abilities. He can camouflage himself, climb everywhere, swim, of course, walk, jump, spit ink to hide and escape. The player will have to use all of these abilities to progress through the adventure and return to the ocean.
And this is just a glimpse of Darwin's adventures. We'd like to thank everyone who gave us such a warm welcome when we announced the game a few months ago. So thank you all. We can't wait for you to try out the game. See you soon.
Yeah, that looks like a lot of fun. Oh boy, football.
Pasa. ¿Tú jugando el juego con alguien con ese?
Muy bien. Hola Luis, ¿cómo estás? Bien. Hey, ¿qué haces? ¿Todo bien?
Ahora que estamos los tres juntos, ¿hacemos un modo cop?
Dale.
Perfecto. Dale, toca.
I'm just gonna be honest, these guys have no gamer cred. And I know they have no gamer cred because the controllers aren't even on. Because there's supposed to be a light that goes right here. I know, because I have the same controller. The light isn't on, which means they're just hitting random shit for no reason.
Pasa. Hey, pasa.
Desmárcate. Se eleva el balón
Mira mi pase. Muy bueno, ¿no?
Luis Suárez.
Let them think they're playing.
Ahí, Nate.
Bueno, dale.
Pásamela.
Centro de Suárez. Neymar. Vaya crack. Chuta Neymar. Gol.
Hola.
Opta por jugar por la izquierda. Suárez.
Toca.
Ahí va ese balón de lado.
See, I've always been one of those people where it sounds really, really stupid, and I understand that there are billions of people all over the world who love soccer. I get it. But I feel about soccer the same way that I do about American football, which is a lot of the time it can be really, really, really boring. So I thought of a way to make it a little bit more exciting. And I think it would take off really, really well. And I think it would also, they would have to provide medical insurance and keep paying people as much as they are. But it would be warranted because what you do is you have somebody randomly bury landmines in the field. And then you play. I think that would go over really well.
La controla Messi. Parece un buen balón.
Dale, aparece.
Neymar. Messi. Gol. Gol del Barcelona. Y llega el momento que todos esperábamos. ¡Qué momento!
Yo también quiero estar ahí.
Soccer is filled with drama queens, especially for the European leagues. Oh, God, yeah. But that's why, like, if you take landmines and you put them in the field, then we'll really know who the greatest of all time is, and we'll know that because they didn't blow up. I think it works perfect.
MLB Pro Spirit. Pro Spirit is a mobile baseball game where you can play with all 30 MLB teams and their real-life lineups. With realistic graphics that make it easy to feel like you're on the field, anytime, anywhere. And we're partnered with some of the world's top athletes to make the game even better, like Shohei Ohtani. Some of the MLB's current star players have chosen their own favorite players, and you can play them all in the game, letting you feel what it's really like to be a top MLB athlete on the field. And new this year, Adley Rutschman.
Okay.
And Jackson Merrill.
Okay, but I really want to create my own character. If I can't create my own character, it's not worth it to me.
Are joining the MLB Pro Spirit lineup as our latest partner athletes.
Inning over. This game tied. We're back.
Whoa, hey!
Between innings isn't just a break.
Hey, the excitement keeps going.
Dive into all the excitement of MLB and play as your favorite teams and players anytime you want. Enjoy the thrill of competition with pick-up and play head-to-head matches against players around the world.
The games are quick and perfect to play between innings. Awesome.
Real baseball, real fast. It's all here in MLB Pro Spirit. Enjoy real MLB action with real quality and real detail. For fans of gaming, for fans of MLB, and for fans of Shohei Ohtani.
MLB Pro Spirit.
Download now.
Okay. Oh no, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! I forgot they owned this.
Fans. My name is Grant Williams, a professional basketball player for the Charlotte Hornets, and I don't know if many of you guys know this, but I'm a huge Yu-Gi-Oh fan. Not only just Yu-Gi-Oh Master Duel, but the anime I watched continuously growing up. As a Yu-Gi-Oh Master Duel player, I've experienced a lot of challenges, whether it's trying to find a new Twix on a new Exodia deck, or trying to take down a Trap Tricks deck. I know that it takes a lot of skill and a lot of courage, not only to build the right deck, but also to be the most skilled duelist. To all the duelists that participate in not only Duelist Cups, but the Road to Worlds as well as the World Championships, I want to wish you all luck, and I want you guys to continue to believe in the heart of the cards, because you never know who your next opponent might be.
The biggest stage of Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG, the WCS 2025 qualifiers. The World Championship qualifiers will be held on the following schedule. South America WCQ June 6th through 8th. Central America WCQ July 4th through 6th. Oceania WCQ July 5th through 6th.
You totally didn't have a binder of these cards growing up. To be fair, I collected Pokemon cards for a while. I didn't do much of anything with it, but I really liked collecting the cards. So I think we're all guilty.
North America WCQ July 11th through 13th. Europe WCQ July 25th through 27th. Aim for the world champion.
Wickeden, holy shit. I haven't thought of this in forever.
I am Rui Naito, the producer of Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remaster, Gate Rune, Dunan Unification Wars.
And I am Tetsuya Oguchi, the director for this title.
Since its release on March 6th, we have been receiving positive feedback from fans and those who played Suikoden for the first time. Thank you very much.
This title includes Suikoden 1, the first in Konami's original RPG series, and its sequel, Suikoden 2, which takes place 3 years later.
And now, Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remaster will be released on Nintendo Switch 2.
Okay, fair.
While keeping the touching story of the boys who bear the runes, the game has evolved to be easier to play, with higher picture and sound quality, a double-speed battle function, and a shortcut button for auto battles. For the Nintendo Switch 2 version, the resolution and frame rate have been reviewed and adjusted to match the performance of the console for a more comfortable play experience.
Please take this opportunity to experience the world of Suikoden. Suikoden Starleap is a new RPG in Suikoden.
I am Shinya Fujimatsu, producer of Suikoden Starleap. Suikoden Starleap is a new RPG in the Suikoden world and the first mobile game in the series. This game is set in the same world as the previous installments of the series, and one of the true runes, the Rune of Change, is the key to the new story of the 108 Stars. Please take a look at this clip.
私の力を正しく導いてくれるこの人のおかげで笑って過ごせるようになりました。
It looks nice. I probably won't play it, but it looks nice.
お前には紋章の才がある。だからこそ、その力とどう向き合うのか、 自分で答えを見つけろ。
世界を創造したとされる27ある真の紋章。変化の紋章はそのうちの一つ。
心の強さが人を引きつけ、強い者たちが集まってくる。それは里の将来にとっても大事なことです。
若様、若様。
紋章を出せ。紋章を出せ。
おい、なんだよこれ。
風の噂によるとあなた珍しい紋章をお持ちのようですね。
私、なんてことを。
逃げろ。
I'm gonna be honest.
あなたと共にいたい。
I feel like Suikoden is one of those it's one of those titles that's gonna last forever, mostly because they keep going 108 stars, 27 runes, and then it's like you go through one game, you get like 4. You know what I mean?
私はもっと変わりたいんです。
The 2D and 3D thing. I've never been a fan of sprites, and I'll tell you why after we're done this, but I've never been a fan of sprites. To me, sprites feel like a really big disappointment. Konami's still around, haven't heard anything from them in forever. Silent Hill 2 Remake. And Metal Gear Solid Delta, Silent Hill F, Darwin's Paradox is one that just came out. Suikoden, they're redoing, and they just came out with a new game. They're starting, it's called eFootball, but I think it used to be FIFA, if I remember correct. So they've been around for quite a long time.
幻想水湖伝スターリープ。
What did you think? The graphics, sound, and story of this title have been carefully crafted so that both those who have already experienced Suikoden and those who are not yet familiar with the series will enjoy playing. Hoping that more people around the world can enjoy the world of Suikoden, we've decided to launch the game globally on Steam so that it can be played on PCs in addition to mobile devices. We have also opened our Steam store today. Don't forget to wishlist now. We'll keep you informed with the latest information on the official website and our program Suikoden Live. Please look forward to the new Suikoden Starlight.
Oh god, Gradius? Holy shit. Now that's one I haven't heard in forever. Hang on. Konami owns the IP for Silent Hill. and they contracted Bloober to make Silent Hill 2 remake for them. Is it bad that I can tell it's an older game by the music? No, not at all. I love the old music like that. Yeah, Bloober Team was contracted through Konami to make it, because Konami is the IP rights holder. Oh, this is fun. I didn't realize this was Konami. This is a fun game.
Winston, Sir Winston Green.
With the help of We Deliver, anyone can enjoy the luxuries of the mainland. We deliver anything, anywhere.
Who is Winston? A madman?
Are you blind?
A victim? He's like a fine piece of equipment with just a few loose screws.
At We Deliver, we pride ourselves on completing every delivery.
We're reshaping the very essence of delivery services to ensure that every package is delivered with utmost efficiency.
My bad.
Hey, that delivery's mine to make.
This is just the beginning.
There's something off about you, kid. I just know it. I have never encountered a case as unprecedented as this one.
You think you can push me around? Well, I have news for you.
Focus fire on the new target.
You ain't no ordinary courier.
You don't know what you're dealing with.
How come there's no record of a Winston Green, huh? I'm done explaining myself to you.
Life's full of ups and downs. Sometimes we stumble and fall.
If I've learned anything, it's that some things are just out of our control.
Deliver All Costs is a narratively driven action game where everything is destructible, where you follow a character who is on the downward spiral towards insanity.
Yep.
Deliver at All Costs is the game that puts you in the shoes of this very unlikely everyday man who is put upon and frustrated with all the troubles that every one of us has experienced in their everyday life. But you have this perfect opportunity to let loose and explore this world and destroy it if you should want to. You will be constantly challenged, and hopefully you will also constantly be given reasons to laugh.
Oh, it is a ton of fun. I had a blast with it.
ワイズシュタイナーは俺だ。てめえら誰なんだよ。
エーテルギアがあるゆえ EMP のピーノとお呼びください。
お前のために涙を流せる友達がいた。
その涙のために戦え。
エーテルギアだ。許さんぜよ。
この船俺にくれよ。そしたら空に出してやる。
私は必ず師匠を見つける。エデンズグリッド。オーバーヒールデストロイ。私の心。
風が鳴く頃。
今がその時よ。
エーテルジェットオンライン。
宇宙戦艦エデンズゼロ。さあ冒険の始まり、あなたの足で進むのです。
Wait. Are they just, like, bashing their heads into whatever to break it? Oh, no, they have tools. Okay, they did it so fast, I'm like, what are they doing? Are they just headbutting the plant? It really did. I was really confused.
So that was the launch trailer for Survival Kids, a new title for the Nintendo Switch 2. Survival Kids is a multiplayer co-op adventure. You play as one of up to 4 kids who have been shipwrecked on a desert island.
The way that we've designed this game is that we don't punish the player for making mistakes. There's no failure to the game either. You can complete the puzzle how you want to complete the puzzles. It's not just about washing up on an island, exploring it, completing the puzzle, and then building a raft and then escaping. You can come back, you can explore some more. There's hidden objects in the world, there's fish to collect, there's different types of food.
And also we wanted to incorporate multiplayer as well. We wanted this to be a way to bring friends and family together. Making it accessible and streamlining the crafting and the survival elements was really important to us. The Survival Kids is a really old Konami IP that originally appeared on the Game Boy Color. We looked at it and thematically we loved it. It felt really nice that this would go full circle. You know, the game starts on Game Boy Color and we can evolve it and bring it to the new Nintendo console. And we're really looking forward to people enjoying the game. We had a tremendous amount of fun making the game and really hope that the players enjoy playing it as much as we enjoyed making it.
Oh, Silent Hill F, here we go.
シュウ君、嘘ついてるよね。騙せてると思う？ひなこを。ひなこはね、死んだんだよ。
Silent Hill was a series that fused the essence of Western horror and Japanese horror. But as the series progressed, I felt that the essence of Japanese horror was lost. I began to feel a desire to create a Silent Hill with 100% essence of Japanese-style horror. If I were to create a Silent Hill with a Japanese aesthetic, I believe that a production team from Japan or Asia would be ideal. At that time, I came across Neobards. I felt they were a great team as they had worked with several major Japanese publishers and were able to communicate smoothly.
Our team, Neobards, has been working together for almost 20 years. We're thrilled that our past work caught the attention of producer Okamoto, leading to this collaboration. Many members of our team are longtime fans of Silent Hill and Ryokishio 7. We also began having in-depth discussions with Konami on how to develop a game experience that maintains the spirit of Silent Hill within a Japanese atmosphere.
With the major thematic shift, it was absolutely critical for us to not merely copy, but really understand what the key atmospheric elements that define the classic Silent Hill titles were.
That's fair.
In order to evolve them for F.
Yeah.
So we spent a lot of time iterating and discussing between Neobards and Konami on how to bring that uneasy charm and loneliness of Ebisugaoka to life. Keeping in tradition with the Silent Hill series, our protagonist Hinako is also designed to be an ordinary person. However, it was crucial to us to have fun and interesting gameplay. For Silent Hill F, the team spent a lot of time focusing on creating a combat system that would feel both fresh but familiar, yet also be thematically appropriate and not overly complex.
The setting of Silent Hill F has shifted from the town of Silent Hill to Japan, but it remains a psychological horror experience where one confronts themselves within a mental world. Taking into account that it's a psychological horror, we sought to enhance the essence of Japanese-style horror. The hallmark of Japanese horror is not simply grotesqueness, but the coexistence of beauty and the disturbing. We are creating this title with a concept: find the beauty in terror.
Nice.
As a key concept in Silent Hill F is the idea of beauty and terror. We created our visual designs to have a distinct uneasiness to them, but also have a horrific charm that would make it so you just couldn't stop staring. In this matter, we were extremely fortunate to be able to work with Kara-san to design our key character art, as their designs perfectly suited the ideal of beauty and terror.
Regarding the setting, we carefully considered which era would provide a stage and environment that could depict the theme of this story with a higher contrast, and I chose it accordingly. The Showa era, though just half a century ago, feels like a different world. One that remains connected to our present, yet preserves customs and superstitions long forgotten in modern life. I hope you'll enjoy that contrast as well.
Another key reason we chose this time frame and location was that there were many, many elements we could draw from that would both feel familiar, yet alien to many players, supporting that sense of uneasiness.
When designing the levels, we began by using the Kinkatsu area of Kinsan Town as a foundation, then selected several representative Japanese locations, such as dagashiya, schools, shrines, and more. These locations, with their strong Showa-era atmosphere, help immerse the levels in a distinctly Japanese setting. Of course, we haven't forgotten the other world of Silent Hill, which is a core element of the franchise. After extensive discussions and iterations, and collaboration with Ryukishi 07 storyline, we crafted a level experience unique to Silent Hill F.
So what I like,
that for
and yeah, Enemy Within is what it's called. What I like about Silent Hill, because I've played Enemy Within and Enemy Within 2. What I really like about Silent Hill compared to most horror games is that this is a personal horror franchise, right? So it doesn't matter whether it's Silent Hill 2, 3, The Room. There was another one that wasn't received very well, Silent Hill F, whatever. It's always very, very personal horror, to the point where even though there are other characters that are in the game or in the setting, they're all going through different things. So Silent Hill 2, I can't remember her name, but the girl who definitely had, we'll call it, problems with her dad. She was going through her own personal hell, and we only get to see a glimpse of it because it was such a strong emotion, and it's such a massive trauma for her. So it manifested in that way, but what she sees in Silent Hill is vastly different than what our player character sees in Silent Hill. So it makes it very, very isolating and very, very lonely. Enemy Within, it's okay. It wasn't that it was terrible. There were a lot of fun things about it. But the thing that I don't care for when it comes to a lot of horror games a lot of the time is that it's typically third person, which is fine. That's not a big deal. But it's the cookie cutter third person where you walk into a room and there's like 8 fucking things that are attacking you all at once, and you're just trying to get used to everything. And for most of the time, there's no hint or insinuation of there being any rhyme or reason as to why those things are there, what they mean, what they represent, what their role is in the whole thing. Whereas with Silent Hill, you can tell right off the bat, oh, this, the mannequins, right? The mannequin nurses, stuff like that. You can tell there's something else going on, which is really, really neat. You may not know what it is, and you probably won't until after you play the game, but at least you know that it means something, and it gives you a reason to keep going back in and essentially facing that fear, which I really, really, really like. So yeah, that's why I like Silent Hill, but that's also why I like stuff like Alien Isolation, because there's more to it. There is, right? Trying to think, what was another one? Oh, Observer is another big one. It's the same kind of thing. Whereas most horror games, even stuff like Days Gone, right? It's not really a horror game. It's like a survival zombie shooter and stuff like that, but it does have horror elements. The thing I don't particularly care for about Days Gone or a lot of the zombie stuff nowadays is zombies are no longer scary. They just aren't. They haven't been scary for a long, long, long time. It's not their fault. It's just that medium in particular isn't all that scary. Hasn't been scary for basically ever. I mean, I want to say since Night of the Living Dead. Honestly, I want to say the last time zombies were actually scary was Night of the Living Dead. Or, I mean, if we really want to push it, I could say like 28 Days Later. Those zombies were scary, but that's because they were a different take on zombies. Way too reliant on jump scares. Zombies are tough. Zombies are really, really, really tough because they're very slow moving. They don't typically, unless we're talking about like World War Z or like 28 Days Later type zombies, right? But other than that, like in general, zombies are very slow. They don't do anything. They won't hurt you unless you get close. And you have to be pretty fucking stupid to end up being surrounded by a massive horde of zombies because you can hear them coming from a mile away. So, but obviously they do that in most of the movies and TV shows because it makes for good drama and it sets up for a lot of things that happen. But, I mean, generally speaking, you got to be pretty dumb to get caught by a zombie. Unless you're like, you just have a really, really massive stroke of bad luck and, you're stuck somewhere and you're fucked. So, yeah, zombies are tough. Night of the Living Dead is different to me, probably because I live near where it was made fair. I hate the World War Z zombies from the movie. It was nothing like the book at all. No, it wasn't. It definitely wasn't. Last time they were scary was when they invented fast zombies. Oh, the fast zombies are terrifying. Yeah, absolutely. Resident Evil 1 was terrifying. 2 was scary too, but it didn't hit like 1. I'd agree with that. I definitely agree with that, but I think what started it off with Resident Evil is we didn't get zombies initially. In the, hang on. Nope. There we go. We didn't start off with zombies initially in Resident Evil 1. Right? We started off with zombie dogs in Resident Evil 1 in the intro FMV. So you're already scared shitless because you literally hear your team get ripped apart. Right? And it's just a handful of a full team left. And you're in this mansion. You don't really know what's going on. You don't know why it's going on. You were sent to investigate, and then everything goes to shit. Don't open that door. Yeah, exactly. I could have been a Jill sandwich. Oh, God. But yeah, I think it was a combination of they knew how to present it, and they didn't show their hand, and the tension was already building by the time the actual zombies showed up, so it made them much more terrifying versus, oh, look, it's World War Z, the game, and you just get this, and then they just start to move fast, and that's basically the entire gameplay. It's that time, BRB. Alrighty. Oh, yeah, when the dogs came through the window, that sucked. You had the zombies that exploded. That sucked. You had the giant snake. That sucked. And it was like, and they kept ramping it up, and that's a good thing. But they kept ramping it up and ramping it up and ramping it up until, eventually the tension has to break. And that's great, and it was cool. But I think that's why Resident Evil 1 did as well as it did. Because it was actually trying to take something that otherwise would be relatively boring, and tried to actually do something really horrifying with it. Necromorphs from Dead Space still scare me all the time. The Necromorphs are... I understand why. It's... What's the term I'm looking for? It's, I'm trying to think. Who's the guy that does all the body horror stuff? You know who I'm talking about. He's known for doing body horror shit in movies. I can't remember his name for the life of me. But you know who I'm talking about. It's very... The Necromorphs are very that from Dead Space. So it's a take on... It's a fresh take on an old theme, which I really like. The only thing that I didn't particularly care for with Dead Space, just in general, is I think a lot of the time they relied way too much on jump scares where they could have easily done it on only maybe a handful of jump scares and then just tension alone. And I think that's kind of where they screwed up with Dead Space 3, because everything, absolutely everything, had to be a jump scare. Needle in the Eye scene wasn't fun either. No, it really wasn't. But again, that's very... And I can't remember the guy's name, but that's very his style, where it's very body horror and very, like, borderline snuff and things like that, where it's incredibly unnatural and it is absolutely scary, and they move weird, and people are getting, like, really fucked up things happening to them and everything like that. Dead Space 1 was great. Dead Space 2 was pretty decent. Dead Space 3 was not good. So, but yeah, it was at least a fresh take. And I really do appreciate that it was a fresh take on an old trope. For sure. I really, really liked that.
Asian players, these Japanese-style environments will feel familiar, while for Western players, they will be striking and intriguing. Through this game, we hope more players can experience the unique aesthetics and design sensibilities of Japanese culture.
We're tackling a type of theme that has never been explored in the Silent Hill series before. Personally, I believe it's a theme well suited to the world of Silent Hill, but I'll leave it to all of you to decide whether it truly fits. We had countless discussions with neobards about direction and expression throughout development. I truly feel that everything we hoped to convey through the scenario was fully understood and embraced by the team.
One of our core development goals was to make sure Ryukishi-san's unique storytelling characteristics were completely preserved.
You know, I still haven't played Ghostwire Tokyo. I got it, excuse me. I got it for free on Epic. And I still haven't played it. I heard it was okay, but yeah, I still haven't played it yet.
The flow and pacing of a script is very, very different than that of a playable game. There was a lot of discussion and iteration between our teams on what things would need to be adjusted, why they would need to be adjusted, and how to best go about it. For instance, something we had to consider was the flow of the levels in relation to the story, such as when to push players along, when to give them the freedom to explore. In order to present Ryukishi-san's lore in the most suitable way, we'd organize what information would fit best where, such as through environmental storytelling, secondary information such as a note you'd pick up during gameplay, characterization through animations, VO, etc., etc. And of course, what parts would be most suitable as a cutscene.
Fair.
I believe the narrative design of this title is built on one original core element and two fresh new aspects. The core lies in how we carry forward the unique sense of dread and horror that defines Silent Hill. The new aspects come from the story crafted by Ryukishi 07 and the gameplay design that complements it. We carefully considered which moments should create direct stress through gameplay and which should evoke fear through camera work and composition. With this title shifting from a Western setting to Japan, we aim not only to reflect that change in the environment, but also to ensure that the performance and presentation evoke a cultural atmosphere that resonates with players.
Yeah, that looks good. That looks really good. Was a good idea, just not the best execution. Fair. Wait, what? Really? No shit. Are they doing the original Silent Hill for a remake? Oh, fuck. Wonder how it will turn out? I know exactly how it'll turn out. It'll be a fucking banger, just like Silent Hill 2 Remake was. It's the same team. Oh, hey, there you go. Silent Hill 2 Remake, 40% off right now. That ain't bad. Master Collection Volume 1, 50% off right now. That ain't bad. Well done. Well done. That's going to be really, really interesting. Takeaways. I really like that they're bringing Snake versus Monkey back. I think it's cool that they're partnering with, or I shouldn't say partnering, but I think it's cool that they're doing, instead of Snake versus Monkey for Xbox, they're doing Snake versus Bomberman. Darwin's Paradox looks like a lot of fun. We already played Deliver at All Costs. Silent Hill F, obviously. The big thing is absolutely Silent Hill remake in production, which I think that's going to be a banger. I really, really do. Yeah, Spaceballs 2 is a thing. We can actually watch the trailer. I can bring that up. It's not much of a trailer, but it's kind of funny. But I can definitely bring that up. And we can watch that before we get going. But yeah, if you're talking about the up, up, down, down, left, right, BA start, yeah. Yeah, the Spaceballs 2 trailer. Here you go. I don't know why it's doing this. "38 years ago, there was only one Star Wars trilogy, but since then there have been a prequel trilogy, a sequel trilogy, a sequel to the prequel, a prequel to the sequel, countless TV spin-offs, a movie spin-off of the TV spin-off, which is both a prequel and a sequel, not to mention 2 Dunes, 7 Jurassic Parks, 2 Avatars, plus 3 upcoming Avatars, making 5 Avatars, 36 MCU movies with 2 different Robert Downey Jr.'s, DCU attempt number 1 and 2, an animated Lion King, a live-action animated Lion King, a live-action animated Lion King prequel, 8 Harry Potter movies, a TV series remaking the same 8 Harry Potter movies, a whole streaming service of Star Trek, 7 Alien movies, 2 of which were also Predator movies, not to be mistaken for the 6 Predator movies that are not Alien movies, 1 Prometheus, which is kind of an Alien movie, 4 Beatles movies, and Oppenheimer. But in 38 years, there has only ever been 1 Spaceballs. Until now.
After 40 years, we asked...
Spaceballs the sweatshirt. Yes! I need that sweatshirt. I love it.
Do the fans want? But instead, we're making this movie.
The Schwartz awakens in 2027.
May the Schwartz be with you.
Nice. Nice. I hope it doesn't suck. So I was actually, I was cruising around between a couple of different Discords earlier today, and I was also watching Dimitri, and somebody brought up a really, really, really good point. It's all they really have to knock it out of the park for one very specific reason, and that's because it already starts on a downer. Because John Candy is dead. So there won't be a barf. Like, I don't know if they're going to bring Vespa back. I don't know if they're going to bring Lone Star back. Or if it may be like, say, Lone Star's child. I mean, Rick Moranis is still around, so he could easily be Dark Helmet again, if he really wanted to. But yeah, that's a tough one. That's a really, really tough one. And I mean, hey, I'll give him credit. It's Mel Brooks, so we'll see. We'll absolutely see. But it's tough. It's really, really tough because, unfortunately, Mel Brooks, who's one of the greatest comedic minds in history, Joan Rivers is dead too. Yep. Bill Pullman, I don't think he is. Hang on. Yeah, he's still alive. Is an American actor. The overview would say was if he was dead. Yeah, he's 71. He actually looks really good for 71. Holy shit. He doesn't look bad for 71 years old. Not at all. So yeah, Bill Pullman's still alive. Rick Moranis is still alive. But yeah, I think it's kind of a bummer because again, there's only so much you can do. John Candy's dead. Joan Rivers is dead. Dom DeLuise is dead. The priest guy is dead. There's a bunch of people in there that I know for a fact are dead. So it's like you need a whole cast, but they need to be incredibly funny, and they need to be able to get the humor that Mel Brooks brings around. And as much as I hate to say it, let's be honest, a lot of that humor kind of gets lost today more often than not. Yeah, Bill Paxton is dead. Bill Pullman's still alive. But I think for a while, if I remember correctly, I want to say a lot of people thought that Bill Pullman was in fact dead, specifically because he had a bit part in the movie The Grudge. And there's a scene where his character kills himself. And I think I think after Bill Paxton died, I think what happened is everybody just collectively remembered that scene where Bill Pullman throws himself, I think it was off a building, and the wires get crossed because the names are so close. And then everybody was like, oh shit, Bill Pullman's dead. I think that might be what happened. I think. Okay, one more thing. Actually, sorry, two more things, and then we're gonna get to more Witcher. Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater unboxing the collector's edition. Still love Morgan Freeman's post, no Facebook, I'm not dead. Fair. I mean, Jackie Chan's done it, God knows how many times, too. World's first Halo jump. Nice. The Fox patch. I dig it. Snake's ID card lanyard. Yep. When he goes into the facility. Oh, I have no doubt it will be. So you gotta put the diorama together. Wow.
virtuous mission now.
Nice. I can see Kojima fanboys throwing a shit fit. No, if I'm being honest, I think a lot of people are open to the idea, but they're cautious, specifically because, let's face it, up until the last couple of years, Konami has not had a good track record. So, for instance, for the longest time, all they were doing was making new Castlevania games that nobody really cared about, and they were crapping a new one out every year, and people stopped giving a shit because they were already mad at Konami for Kojima and Konami splitting, parting ways. There hadn't been a new Silent Hill game for forever, and the only way that you could experience Silent Hill and or Metal Gear Solid at all outside of Metal Gear Solid 5, like Spoiled just brought up, was going through Pachinko, and that was it. And there hadn't been a new Bomberman game for forever. Suikoden got slept on. There were tons of things that they did that it didn't go well. And yeah, it finally seems like they're starting to right the ship, which is fantastic. But yeah, Konami was definitely persona non grata for quite a while. Definitely for quite a while. PT in general, right? PT was taken off the PlayStation Store, and then Silent Hills got canceled. Stuff like that. So I said this way back before Silent Hill 2 Remake came out. There are two games that they absolutely need to nail. They need to nail Silent Hill 2 Remake, and they need to nail Metal Gear Solid Delta, and then people will really, really, really start... they'll really start to trust in Konami again. Right? They just will, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but they need... Like Silent Hill 2 Remake was a banger. They knocked it out of the park. Bloober Team was definitely the best way to go. Wholeheartedly agree. Metal Gear Solid is in-house, so we shall see. Also, Spoiled, did you see the very, very end of Konami Press Start? It was the Konami showcase. It was. But did you see the very, very end of the showcase, or were you still doing the doggo stuff? They need to win us back. You're wetting your plants. Okay. They just announced a thing at the very, very end. You ready for it? Silent Hill 1 Remake. There you go. Silent Hill 1 Remake is in development. So, there you go. The other big takeaway is they showed a little bit more. Here we go. Of Metal Gear Solid Delta. Who's doing the remake, though? Same people that did Silent Hill 2 Remake. Bloober.
I'm Yuji Korakata, the creative producer. For this trailer, we wanted to focus on the gameplay. While the basic gameplay of the boss battles remains the same, we've made some updates to the AI and animations, and rebalanced some things.
Crit, what's going on?
In addition to the main story, the PS5 and Steam versions also include a remade version of the Ape Escape crossover mode, Snake vs. Monkey. For the Xbox version, we collaborated with another KONAMI series, Bomberman, to create Snake vs. Bomberman, where you'll enter the jungle to chase down and blast away Bomberman. Alongside Snake vs. Monkey, the much-requested Secret Theater also makes a return. In the remake, the original Secret Theater videos will now be found as collectibles in-game. In addition, there are also all-new Secret Theater videos made for Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. They'll be secretly carried by enemy soldiers, so try to track them down. The Sneaking DLC pack contains unique uniforms with special appearances and effects. In-game, the player can also find and enjoy secret and specialized items, weapons, and uniforms to use and enjoy in infiltration situations. And of course, one more thing.
This is their new multiplayer, Fox Hunt.
I'm Yu Sahara, the director for Fox Hunt mode in Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. Fox Hunt is a completely original online multiplayer mode. Though it shares the same world with Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, the gameplay is completely different. When we say Metal Gear multiplayer, many fans will probably think of Metal Gear Online, but Fox Hunt will be its own new type of mode. We very much appreciate all the longtime fans of MGO who have always wanted to see it make a comeback, but the landscape of multiplayer games has changed a lot since MGO. It took a lot of careful consideration to think about what a new online mode should look like. Based on the iconic stealth and survival elements in the Metal Gear series, we are taking camouflage and hide-and-go-seek to the next level. We challenged ourselves to make something unique that is more than just a shootout. We've used that back-and-forth tension of staying hidden or searching out the enemy to create an online experience unique to Metal Gear. Those are all the details we can share with you for now, but we're working hard on getting Fox Hunt to you all. We plan to have...
Yeah, but the original Metal Gear Solid 3 had multiplayer. Metal Gear Solid 4 had multiplayer. Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker had multiplayer. Metal Gear Solid 5 had multiplayer. So this isn't out of the realm of possibility for Metal Gear.
Have more news on Fox Hunt in the future, so please stay tuned.
We still have more to share, so look forward to hearing even more about what's coming. And
by multi, do you mean co-op? No, so Metal Gear Solid 3 initially had a multiplayer where it was basically like a free-for-all deathmatch kind of deal. And it was okay, but it was on PlayStation 2. The internet wasn't like it is now. You couldn't get speeds as fast as you do now. Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker was typically all about invading other people's bases. Metal Gear Solid 4 was more of like the team deathmatch thing. And then Metal Gear Solid 5 was, again, you know, dealing with invading other people's bases and stuff like that. It wasn't stealth, though. That's the whole thing. And the reason why, with the exception of Metal Gear Solid 5, all of them ended up closing up pretty quickly is because the internet wasn't really ready for a Metal Gear Solid 3 multiplayer. Like, it was popular, but it was popular among a very small crowd. Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker kind of suffered a little bit the same way, and there wasn't a whole lot of interest. Metal Gear Solid 4, they shut down within about a year after they launched it, specifically because there were a lot of things that people could exploit, and they could glitch out and everything else, and it made it very unplayable for people, and they just said, fuck it, we're scrapping the whole thing. And then Metal Gear Solid 5 branched out to, obviously, PC, so as far as I know, that's still going. But the gameplay is vastly different than what it was in MGS4's multiplayer, which was like a TDM kind of thing, or even Metal Gear Solid 3. But this is like a brand new take. If you're going to refresh a game and create new fans out of the newest generation of gamers, you have to meet them where they are. I think this is going to be interesting. I, too, would like to see a co-op MGS. Okay, here's the reason why I'm not opposed to the idea, but I don't know if that's something that they'd ever be able to pull off. And the reason why is because, well, obviously the big one, Kojima's not there anymore, so he can't come up with the creative ideas that are needed to keep people engaged in a storyline instead of people just trying to min-max everything. And I think that's kind of where the problem would be if Konami took it upon themselves to come out with a new Metal Gear game where it was co-op, and then you just have both players min-maxing absolutely everything all the time. And then that kind of takes the fun out of it. That's why you have stuff like Dead by Daylight, where you have you have a game and it was fun for like the first, call it, year roughly, and then after that it's basically just hardcore fuckboys that are really going nuts over it and min-maxing absolutely everything. So now if you're a new player and you want to play Dead by Daylight, you're completely fucked because you're so behind on absolutely everything. Everybody else has all the cool toys and all the cool gear and all the cool skins and all the monsters and everything else, and they are absolutely just fucking annihilating you, whether they be the monster or the survivors, and you're still trying to figure out how everything works. And it's such a steep cliff that you have to overcome for barrier to entry that it's not fun anymore. And it hasn't been fun for quite a while unless you're somebody who constantly plays it. And I think you'd run into that very, very easily with a co-op Metal Gear. I really, really do. In a co-op, I'm thinking two-player story mode type thing, not us. No. I understand what you're saying, but the problem is min-maxing. Hey, Sophia, how you doing? The problem is not competitive. The problem is min-maxing, right? You have two people. Okay, I'm going to go over and do this shit, and you go over and do this shit, and then, we'll get it done in a fraction of the time, and this, and awesome. Now try and invite somebody to play co-op with you that has no fucking idea what they're doing, and they're going to fuck your game up, and you're going to fuck them up because they have no clue what's going on, and they're still trying to figure everything out, and you're trying to run through it at light speed. That's the issue. And Sophia coming in with 400 bits. Thank you so much, Sophia. Thank you. Really, really appreciate that. I think that's where it I think that's where you're going to run into problems with a co-op. Plus, again, Konami already tried to make a Metal Gear game. It didn't go well. Metal Gear Survive did not do well, right? That was supposed to be, if I remember correctly, co-op. Metal Gear Survive was supposed to be PvP and PvE at the same time. But it didn't go well because they don't know how to do a Metal Gear game. They just don't. So now you have no Kojima, okay, who is literally the guy that comes up with all these really creative ideas and all this stuff, who does not work for Konami anymore. and who's literally the brainchild behind Metal Gear Solid and all the awesome and amazing and creative things that you can do in those games, and he's not even there, and Konami is gonna try and do the same thing. I don't see it. I don't see them making a Metal Gear game that's co-op that stays interesting enough for long enough to make it viable. I just really don't. I mean, you can put challenges and stuff like that, but yeah, I just sadly I really don't see it being a viable thing at all for Konami. Remaking stuff, coming up with a new multiplayer mode, sure, I could see that. Why not? But I guarantee you the Fox Hunt thing probably isn't going to be as good as it looks, only because it's probably just going to end up devolving into a bunch of people just running and gunning. You know what I mean? I really feel like that's what's going to happen. Now, to answer Aylin's question from a little, or to finish what I was saying when I was talking with Aylin earlier, there's a reason why when it comes to sprites, I'm always disappointed. Personally, I think you have something against being sniped by 8-year-olds. It's not that. It's not that whatsoever. It's quite literally that everything devolves into a run and gun. And that's not what Metal Gear was about. That's not what Metal Gear was ever about whatsoever. And there you go. It just, it's never held any interest for me. The multiplayer for any of the Metal Gear games have never held any interest for me whatsoever, because it's a single player story. It's not supposed to be something where your friends join in. You're supposed to sit there and enjoy the story, playing as Snake or playing as Big Boss or whatever, and seeing how the story unfolds, versus, okay, you go over to this side and you do everything over here, and I'm going to go over to this side and do everything over here, and then we're going to meet in the middle and we can get it all done in 15 minutes. No, that's not what Metal Gear has ever been about. Ever. What's going on, True? Okay, this is why I don't like sprite stuff. I got the Sega CD back in 1993. Who says you have to play it that way? Literally fucking everybody on the internet that plays any sort of multiplayer thing. That's how it devolves. That's what it devolves into for literally every multiplayer game now. Everybody min-maxes. Absolutely. Look at Dead by Daylight. Literally look at any Battlefield game. Look at any Call of Duty game. Look at Grounded. Look at It Takes Two. Look at any of those co-op games. Everybody has to min-max. That's how it's played now. You try and go into a public lobby with anything, with anything more than like 3 people, and there you go. It's just going to turn into a min-max shitfest. Why do you think I don't play Call of Duty? Why do you think I don't play Battlefield? Because everybody has to min-max everything, and if you're not min-maxing, you're doing it wrong, and you will be kicked. Who says you have to play public to co-op? Literally every company out there that makes sure that you have to be connected online to play any game. That's what. Why do you think they don't have stuff like SOCOM anymore? Because nobody wants to sit there and sneak around and move really, really, really slow when it comes to multiplayer shit. They tried, by the way, they tried with SOCOM, and it literally devolved into exactly that. It was not a sneaking thing anymore. It was not something where, even with co-op, it was something that you could be like, okay, I'm going to sneak around and I'm going to do... No. The fucking person that you end up with is literally just running and gunning. And that's it. They don't care. I remember way back in the day, I'd connect my PS2 to the internet to play SOCOM 3 online, and they had a co-op mode, and literally I'd go in there and spend, if I was lucky, maybe 15 seconds in a match before it just came over and said, you won. And it's like, okay, but we literally all just spawned, and I have no idea what the fuck happened. And it's because literally all people do when it comes to co-op or when it comes to online now is they either exploit, they glitch, or they min-max everything to the point where the game is no longer fun. And Metal Gear Solid is tactical espionage action, right? That's how it is. And you don't end up with tactical espionage action whatsoever when you do it in multiplayer. You just don't. So this is why I don't like I don't like sprites. This is why I do not like sprites. I ended up getting the Sega CD in 1993. I knew nothing about it. At this point, I also knew nothing about Japanese culture. I also knew nothing about the games that you could get on Sega CD. I never liked, I never knew anything about it. Now watch this. This is one of the first games I ever got on Sega CD. It was called Vi.
Long ago, in a forgotten corner of the universe, a fierce battle was fought using mechanized technology so destructive it laid waste to an entire solar system. A lone mechanized warrior, its guidance systems damaged and pilot dead, shot away from the turbulent battle space. Destination unknown. After untold ages, the Berserker entered the space of a planet abundant with unsuspecting life and ignorant of technology. Programmed only for death, the machine set about destroying everything in its path. It took the combined resources of the 5 mightiest wizards to divide and seal the power of the fearsome weapon. The damage inflicted on this small world was great, and many details of the assault were lost. However, even after a millennium had passed, people still spoke in awe as they recounted the legend of the armor and the 5 magicians of Vi.
So far, everything's looking pretty good, right? No, I didn't say I didn't like you, Pixel Pixie. I said I don't like pixels and sprites.
The day of Prince Sandor's wedding to Lady Alyn had finally arrived. Dignitaries from all parts of the 4 kingdoms flocked to the royal event, for the young prince promised to be an important leader. But as the ceremony advanced, an insidious plot was unfolding.
I do so promise.
And do you, lady?
I do so promise.
Now I'm going to stop it right there for a second and give you a little bit more context. I was 7 when I ended up getting the Sega CD. That right there is a pretty badass looking opening, like 2 opening scenes, right? Story sounds pretty decent. It looks pretty awesome. I knew nothing about Japanese anime. I knew nothing about Japanese video games or anything of the sort. And I sat down and I watched this and I went, wow, this looks really great. And the sound sounds really awesome. And these characters look really cool. And then I ended up with this piece of shit. So now, doesn't matter whether it's Final Fantasy Tactics, doesn't matter whether it's Final Fantasy 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, the original Final Fantasy, doesn't matter whether it's Legend of Dragoon, doesn't matter whether it's the original Chrono Trigger, doesn't matter whether it's the original Zelda, it doesn't matter any of them. When I look at them, this is the shit that I see. And it's a massive disappointment. Massive disappointment. Because we went from literally this to this. Why would I give a fuck about any of this? See my problem? Spoiled coming in and gifting a sub to Pixel Pixie. Thank you so much, Spoiled. Really, really appreciate that. Now we gotta wait for Brian to load.
I_am_spoiled gifted a tier 1 sub to Pixel Pixie 01. They have given 407 gift subs in the channel.
Why would I care about a game that looks like this? When I'm 7 years old and we went from shit like this to this. Why? Why would I care? Why would I give a fuck about what happens in Zelda? Why would I give a fuck about anything that happens in any of the Final Fantasies previous to Final Fantasy VII? Why would I give a shit about Chrono Trigger? If, like, the anime doesn't do anybody any fucking good if everybody fucking looks the same except for the color being changed. So what was the point of the first, like, fucking 4 or 5 minutes? What was the point of any of this? There is none. Why would I subject myself to going through an entire game that looks pretty shit compared to what I see at the beginning to eventually be able to get to a cutscene that, if I'm lucky, lasts 2 minutes and then finally starts to look good? Do you get excited about the game when all they show is the cinematic action and scenes? No, I don't. I don't at all. I don't get excited when it comes to just all cinematics. I want to see gameplay. If the gameplay doesn't look even close, then it's really not worth it. It's absolutely not worth it. So then why do you like Stardew? Because Stardew doesn't Stardew is one of those games that doesn't pretend to be something it's not. Like, Stardew is one of those games where it goes, hey, we're a sprite-based game, but there's a lot of stuff that you can do. There's a lot of really creative things and so on and so forth. I don't like it when I see a video game that's a trailer and the trailer looks absolutely amazing and then the actual gameplay is so completely different that it doesn't even fit the same themes as the cutscenes do. And literally all through the 90s, this is what you ended up with. You ended up with anime cutscenes and shit sprites up until the late 90s. That's what you ended up with. I hate it when we get an insanely badass trailer all for it to be a card game. Yep. 100%. Can't stand it. If you're gonna make a game that has really badass cutscenes, then you better make the rest of the game just as badass, and it better be damn close to what we see in the cutscenes, because if it's not, I ain't fucking playing. At least with something like Stardew Valley is unapologetic for what it is, and I appreciate that it's unapologetic for what it is, because it's not trying to trick you into buying it. It's just supposed to be a game that's fun. And it is. But they're honest about what they are from the get-go. They're totally honest about what they are from the get-go. Nowadays, you're like to the cinematic freeze and you're like, oh, it's time to move around. Yeah. I really like that. I think that's great. That's fantastic. But this? No. Not even remotely close. This is... And by the way, it's not like I sat there and as soon as I saw the graphics, I turned it off. I went, oh, okay, well, you know what? I'm going to at least try. Maybe it's still fun. It's not. The game sucks. The game is awful. It just is. It's fucking terrible. The characters are uninteresting. The story, although the premise is great, is executed so poorly that it doesn't matter. The combat system sucks. The loading, even just the loading screens are fucking awful because they used to do what they call like star wipes, where it's like, you know, you might have a bunch of different like squares, or, you know, you have literally a shape of a star come out, or like shit like that. And it's like, okay, congratulations. We're just using fucking Boris After Effects now. Like, who gives a shit? Is it as bad as Zelda 2? I'll give you a hint. It's made by a company called Working Designs that's notorious for making really shit games. You tell me. It was bad. It was really fucking bad. So yeah, I have no interest in games like that. Zero interest. Because they always used to do shit like that for Final Fantasy. They always did shit like that for Legend of Dragoon. They always did shit like that with Chrono Trigger. They always did shit like that with Shining in the Darkness and Shining Force and Golden Axe and like all these things to suck you in to spend your fucking money, and honestly, I couldn't be bothered to give a shit. Couldn't be bothered. Just how working are their designs? In literally the sense that they do technically work. That's about it. Oh yeah, by the way, this is not a skip in the video, by the way. This is a thing that actually happened. Listen to the music when he goes off this beaten path. Now listen to it again when he goes back. So do you hate sprite art style games, or you hate lying devs that bait you into buying their games? I hate both. Honestly, I hate both. And the reason I hate both is because they both come from the same place. They both come from when I was fucking 7 years old, knew nothing about anime, knew literally nothing about how these games were going to go, knew nothing about RPGs really at all, other than seeing like what Zelda looked like in a magazine once, and then seeing amazing looking cutscenes with voice acting and sound effects and music and everything else, and I get this piece of shit. That's why I hate sprites. Because they all look like this guy. Hey, you want your Final Fantasy character? Get rid of the fucking cape and make his hair blonde. Done. You want a character that's a woman? Okay, sure. Take this character, make the hair a little bit longer, and then put something pink on him. There's your female character. That's why I don't like sprites at all. That really is why I don't like sprites, because they didn't like a lot of the time they just use the same character model and then go, oh, okay, well, let's just take the head and plop it on another body that we worked on, and then maybe put some fucking clip-on hair on the goddamn thing, and congratulations, now it's a woman. And that's it. Want Chrono Trigger, dye his hair red. Yep, exactly. Now, the game itself and the story are great, sure. But I couldn't give a fuck. So it's like a lot of people are like, "Oh, you're missing out." How am I missing out if the only thing that this right here makes me want to do is throw up? Because for a fact all they're doing is taking shortcuts. That's it. They're not individually modeling these models or these sprites whatsoever. It's literally just, here's a bunch of fucking parts, mix and match until you get something that looks good, call it done. That's it. That's all it is. Super Mario Brothers sprites back then looked even worse. Literally two different colors. Yeah. Luigi was literally the exact same sprite as Mario. The only difference is that Luigi was green. I remember that very well. But at the very least, I can excuse that because it was the first time there was a home console that allowed you to do the same thing that arcades did, and it was very, 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 very early on. Right? I can excuse that. This, I absolutely cannot excuse. Not at all. I cannot excuse it for the life of me. Mario used to be orange. Yep. Yep, he did. Mortal Kombat did it right. Mortal Kombat did a lot of things which were really, really, really cool. Absolutely. And by the way, so did Donkey Kong Country. Donkey Kong Country was really, really, really good in terms of the art style and in terms of the gameplay. Rayman was another one that did really, really good in terms of art style and gameplay. Even though the game itself sucked, I have to give credit to Gex, because at least they tried to do something different. Sonic the Hedgehog, same thing. They were trying something new. They were trying something different. This shit, literally take Vi and replace it with Final Fantasy, Chrono Trigger, Legend of Dragoon, Legend of Zelda. Any and every fucking Japanese RPG you can think of from 1993 up through 1996. And it was the same thing. It was the same exact thing over and over and over. And it was, they were all just trying to compete to get everything out as fast as possible. That's all they were doing. So I have absolutely no love for these kinds of games and no love for sprites. Zero. Mortal Kombat did it to save memory, but those characters still exist. They did it to save memory, yes, but it was also a hell of a lot easier to sit there and to record people in front of a blue screen that were doing the moves and then use that video and bring it in and add in the collision and stuff than it was to model like fully 3D characters. And that's okay, because at least they were trying to do something creative to give you a broadly different feel from what most people were used to at the time. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that's fantastic, and I applaud them for doing what they did. And as the years went on, there were a bunch of other games that popped up. Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 2, Primal Rage, Soul Calibur, the list goes on. Right? And they all did their own like individual thing that made it different from what Mortal Kombat was. So I have to applaud them back in the day because it made sense and everybody was really, really creative, and there's nothing wrong with that. Nowadays, it all looks the same. Yet again. And it's like, well, no wonder nobody's fucking interested. You know what I mean? Like, of course nobody's interested anymore because it all looks the same. They're not trying anything creative or new. They're just, it's literally mash buttons to get a 42 hit combo, and then, you know, eventually you're just going to have a bunch of fucking colorful streaks going by your character as the camera zooms in on it, and then you do something and the person that you're facing is dead. That's it, the end, move on. Oh. I really, really, really dislike laziness, and I really love creativity. Exactly. We didn't say, hey, I've seen this same sprite somewhere. Yeah. I really, really applaud creativity. But they didn't have it. They absolutely did not. One last thing, because most of you weren't here. That's why I said the other day, I don't know how the fighting game genre has held up as well as it has. Because there are people that still hang on to stuff like Street Fighter 2 and Soul Calibur and Tekken and so on. And for a while, most of those did have a resurgence, especially in the early 2000s. And I thought that was great. But a lot of the time, you have hardcore fans that just... they play one game and then they stick with that game for years and years and years. And clearly the tournaments are going on every year and they still make quite a bit of money, and people are still making quite a bit of money. And there you go. That's really all it is. Okay, before we get into Witcher again, some of you were not here at the beginning. I teased something for tomorrow through the use of a new song. Hang on one second. Here. Okay. So there's something coming up tomorrow. You guys might as well hear it now. But that's not it. See if you can guess what it is that we're going to be checking out tomorrow. You know, if this thing ever decides it's going to do. There you go. So what are we checking out tomorrow? You don't know, huh? Well, hang on a second. Hang on. Maybe without all the extra stuff, you'll know. Maybe. We'll go here. There we go. Still no idea, Crit? That's Dune. We're going to be checking out Dune Awakening tomorrow. Okay, that makes sense, though. Yeah. We're going to be checking out Dune Awakening tomorrow. But yeah, that is... the first two were obviously remixes, but that's... yeah, that's from the last two, the new Dune movies. They are really good IMO, but I didn't get as far as I want. Oh, with the books? There's a lot with the books, but in my opinion, Dune, God Emperor of Dune, and Children of Dune are the best. But that's what we're looking at for tomorrow. That's what we're looking at. So should be fun. Should be a lot of fun, for sure. I know I'm excited for it. I've seen Dimitri play it. I've seen Coolidge play it. I've seen Jamjar play it. They seem to be having a lot of fun, which is fantastic. And yeah, you know, there's a lot of different people that are getting into it. So I definitely want to check it out, and we're going to. So that's what we're going to be doing tomorrow. But as far as today goes, let me switch over. Haven't seen Jam in a while. Yeah, Jam, I don't know what's been going on with Jam. But yeah, I mean, I guess he's been doing a lot on his Discord for Dune Awakening. The servers are kind of weird, from what I understand. So there's servers and then there's sub-servers. That's the way that it works. There's like a server, and then each server has its own shard. And each shard holds up to God knows how many people at one point. So let's say you and, you know, a good friend of yours, you could end up being on the same server, but if you're on a different shard, it doesn't matter. You won't see one another unless you get invited or invite your friend to your shard. And even then, they can't really do much of anything other than help you fight in like the PvP areas, because in order to build or anything like that, you have to be considered, I think it's like co-owner of the fiefdom. So it's not like you could just build a bunch of crap and put it down in your friend's base if you're from a different shard. You actually have to be not only invited to the guild, but you have to be labeled as like a co-owner of the fiefdom, which means that you are also partially responsible for making sure that your tithe is paid on time. Which, that's kind of a cool thing. I'll give it to them. That's definitely kind of an interesting mechanic. But it's, yeah, interesting. I guess that's the only way to put it. It is really, really interesting. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. We will totally see how it goes tomorrow. But everything that I've seen, including the music, by the way, is holy shit amazing. It really, really is just that good. Whoa. Hello. That was weird. Let me do this. While I wait for CD Projekt Red's thing to happen. We're not going to listen to the whole thing, but this is part of the soundtrack to Dune Awakening. Oh, there we go. So yeah, this sounds great. Oh boy. All right. I hate to bring this up and I'll keep checking. But as of 30 minutes ago, explosions were reported in Tehran, Iran, and Israel just launched a strike against Iran's nuclear and military sites. Yeah. This is coming in from CNN. Israel is at full up war with Iran and will be expecting a massive retaliation, said CNN security analyst Beth Sanner. Israel has been targeting key officials in Iran by starting from the very top. They started very, very seriously removing the chief of the general staff, in other words, like our chairman of the Joint Chiefs, she said. You can imagine what Americans would do. On early Friday, multiple Iranian state media outlets reported that General Hossein Salami, the commander-in-chief of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard, was killed during Israel's overnight attacks. That's what Israel is expecting, a massive, much bigger retaliation than what they saw last time, because Iran is now under existential threat. So, yeah. That's not good. That's not good at all. Hang on a second. As of 5 hours ago, let me see. Yeah, this... I don't like reporting on this stuff. I really, really don't, but this is kind of one of those big things. Really big things. This is from The Guardian. Israeli military says strikes hit dozens of targets in Iran, including nuclear sites. That's not good. Israeli military says it has completed its first stage of strikes that included attacks on dozens of military targets, including nuclear targets in different areas of Iran. Dozens of Air Force aircraft recently completed the opening strike, which included attacking dozens of military targets, including nuclear targets in various areas of Iran. The IDF has been conducting a lengthy process of assessments and preparations for the campaign at the front and in the rear. Civilian resilience will be an important component of the campaign. In a statement, the IDF said weapons of mass destruction in the hands of the Iranian regime are a threat to the state of Israel and a significant threat to the entire world. The state of Israel will not allow a regime whose goal is the destruction of the state of Israel to possess weapons of mass destruction. Yeah. U.S. Senator Chris Murphy has said the attack on Iran is clearly intended to scuttle the Trump administration's negotiations with Iran and risks a regional war that will likely be catastrophic for America. Supposed to be in negotiations this weekend to keep this from happening. Yup, and Israel struck first. That's not good. That's not good at all. This is why World War III is trending. Yup. Yup. Not good. Not good at all. So, yeah. Yeah, that's not good. Breaking news, this is as of an hour ago, is Israel appears to have just struck nuclear sites in Iran. A state of emergency has been declared in Israel. Reports state that Iran has started missile launches directed at Israel. Initial reports say Israel has been able to kill the chief of staff of armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And Marco Rubio says, let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. We all know how that's going to go. Sadly. That's really, 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 really not good. Israel is the size of New Jersey. Iran is more than twice the size of Texas. Yeah. Yeah, not good. Not good at all. I really don't know. Oh boy. What do we got here? Hang on. There we go. I don't know if the biggest explosion ever was recorded from Iran. Yeah, that's why I'm just looking at the cityscape stuff. My screen froze up and I missed what's happening. Long story short, Israel attacked Iran, including nuclear sites, and Israel is now under a state of emergency, and Iran is supposedly currently striking back. So, yeah. That's what's going on. That's the Wailing Wall. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good at all. So, yeah. Oof. Very oof. Israel is saying it was self-defense even though they struck first. They always say it's self-defense even though they struck first. As much as I hate to put it that way, they do. Like, that's basically the long and short of it. I hate to be the guy who's like, oh yeah, hey, no, we're gonna play a game, and then, you know, now I have to bring this shit up, but it's kind of important. Well, the problem is, and somebody brought this up, is that Israel is the state of New Jersey in terms of size. And Iran is twice the size of Texas. Now, it's a little different. It's a little different, obviously, in the sense that Iran is more spread out, but Iran typically isn't somebody that you go after because they're a nuclear power.
The Witcher's contact in Belgium was to be Hendrik, the Emperor's spy. Hendrik was operating incognito in that war-ravaged land. His mission, gather intelligence about Syria.
Explosion I'm thinking of is the Beirut explosion in 2020. Oh, yeah, the, wasn't it a munitions factory, if I remember correctly? Or something like a natural gas factory or something like that? Let's put it this way, if you do, be damn sure you have the best intel and get it all. Yep. And they better. Yeah, it was something like that, but it was... Hang on. For those who don't know what he's talking about, I can show you that. I know for a fact I can show you that. Though the explosion footage is nuts. I'm gonna bring it up really quick. Because it is insane. And if you type in BER, Beirut explosion comes up literally immediately. Hang on, I just gotta... I just gotta make sure that they're not gonna show any, like, dead people. Because the news loves to do that, and... Yeah. Okay, yeah, we're good. I just had to skim through it really quick, just to be on the safe side.
Troubling new allegations tonight about that deadly port explosion in Beirut. Sources have told the Guardian newspaper that prior to the blast, dozens of bags of fireworks were being stored in the same warehouse as that stockpile of ammonium nitrate, which acts as an accelerant.
No, it won't, Aylin, you're right. Watch this. This is one of the largest explosions ever seen in the history of mankind.
In video from the day of the blast, you can see white flashes, what appear to be fireworks, going off before the massive explosion. A former port worker told the Guardian newspaper he warned for years it was a disaster waiting to happen and says nothing was done.
And that wasn't even nuclear. And look, it's fucking insane. 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate. It was like a nuke went off with the forces that were unleashed. Yeah. The amount of chemicals they had stored there was ridiculous. You'd think you're safe filming from that distance, and it's rough. Yeah. That's fucking insane. So, yeah. That was the Beirut explosion. Look at that. Raw video, Beirut blast caught on camera.
And there you can see the enormity of what appears to be a secondary explosion. Whether that was... it could well be the first explosion, because it may have been a fire just before it, but I'm just getting reports, actually, that there was a fire first, and then that enormous explosion, which you just show viewers. And this is the explosion from a different angle, and again, it just shows how, whether that's the first explosion or the second explosion is not clear, but that is what the authorities or state media says is a fireworks warehouse, and you can see actually firecrackers or some sort of subsidiary explosions going on there. But those pictures just in, and there another explosion as well. So,
how insane is that? Yeah, here we go. I've seen this before. Oh, yeah, here we go. Look at the size of that fucking explosion. That is insane. Makes you wonder how many people just died filming that shit. Yeah. Yeah. That's absolutely batshit nuts. So, I'm sorry that I derailed, but, yeah. Things are not looking good. But I'll keep checking. Why is this so loud all of a sudden? Hang on. Turn that down a wee bit. There we go.
Looking for a man. Goes by Hendrik.
What do you want with him?
Watching it too?
Talk to him.
What about?
Give me a bottle of something strong.
You gotta go. I'll open the back way for you.
Got company. Who is it?
Innkeep, vodka. Who's this'n?
Brave warrior, looks like. Got 2 swords, see?
Oi, great boy. What's the point of having 2 swords?
Wonder if he keeps an extra prick in his trousers too.
You fucking deaf? Gonna say who you are? Or do I need to loosen your tongue with me knife?
I'm a witcher. Heard you wondering about my swords. Well, one's for monsters, the other for humans. Only got 1 prick, though, in case you're wondering about that, too.
Don't touch him. Don't even look at him. Worse than lepers, that lot.
Saw one in action once. Killed a half dozen. Blood everywhere. Freak didn't even show a drop of sweat.
Got the stench of corpses on him. If you want a rest, come with me. I've a bench you can use.
I step in the hut. and there's the
Itzy
book.
has arrived. Itzy, thank you for the 20 bits. How you doing?
That's on the pretty side, I think to myself.
I said probably disguised his daughter.
Horson's always managed to hide their nappies.
Naughty don't.
Thanks for not starting a row with those...
Doing meh?
I don't generally poke
Fair.
my nose in other people's business.
Looking to stay the night?
No. I'm looking for Hendrik.
Man lives in Heatherton.
Don't know where that is.
Other side of the hill. Looked that away this morning, saw a strange glow. Imperials on the raid, perhaps. But who knows?
Oh, wait, I gotta do the thing for Itzy now, too. Hang on. Itzy, we're gonna be checking something out tomorrow. I don't know if, you're interested at all. Hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on. It's good, though. It's good. Just hang on. It'll be fine. Oh, I hate when it does that shit. Hang on. Why is it doing that? That's weird. Here we go. Ready, Itzy? We're going to be checking something out tomorrow. See if you can guess what it is. Oh, it should absolutely sound familiar. 100% it should sound familiar. Here's a remix that I really, really like. Maybe you know it this way. You got it, Itzy. Dune Awakening tomorrow. So yeah, we're going to be checking that out. I got to tell you, I've been watching Dimitri and Coolidge and Jam Jar, couple of other people, seen some videos on YouTube. It looks really solid. It actually does look really, really solid.
Anything else you can tell me about Hendrik?
Odd fellow. Arrived from who knows where and for no apparent reason. Shacked up with a widow whose husband was stabbed for a scrap of bread.
I don't know, but I just want to vibe to these tunes.
Aye, he stays out of their way. Always seems to know when they're coming. Always manages to disappear.
Thanks, Inkeep.
You were feeling that track? Isn't it a banger?
Let's have a look. You've got a young daughter, Gramps. Oh no. Search where you will.
What?
That's it, Roach.
No, oh God, what is Roach doing? Back up.
Watch every lad in the unit shag her senseless. That everything?
Turn. Or turn the opposite way. That works too. There we go.
Thank you kindly. Won't be no use to anyone if you starve to death.
So yeah, should be interesting. And I've seen the combat, and I've seen the melee combat. It looks really solid. Looks really solid. The vibes are in check. The sandworms look fucking amazing. And here's a really cool thing. I saw this today before I started streaming, and it was on Dimitri's stream. Actually, I saw it yesterday. Okay? Really, really, really cool. If you die because somebody, you know, like an NPC or another player kills you, you can go back and try and get your stuff. If a sandworm kills you, you lose everything.
Come on now.
Sick black ones being sent to Tamaria. Word is, the park's not on all the villages near every sea.
Yeah, it's gonna be a thing. Do not attract big spice worm. Check. That's the other thing, that there's this really, really cool mechanic. When you're traveling across the open sand, you have what looks like almost like a wave motion detector, right, that pops up on your screen, and it basically shows how many vibrations you're making on the sand, whether you're in a vehicle or whether you're on foot. And when it starts to blink red, you've got a problem, because then the sandworm comes. How cool is that? I just want 1 year with the threat of total atomic annihilation. Is that... Oh, without? Yeah, fair. Totally fair, Aelin. Totally fair. Oh, speaking of which, I gotta get in touch with Faye.
Air's strange, like dropping into a deep cellar on a hot day. And the mist.
I gotta get in touch with Faye Lin. While ago when she was playing Conan Exiles, she asked me if I'd be up to play with her on an RP server for Dune Awakening when it comes out. I said, fuck yes, absolutely. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Do RP stuff with Faye Lin again? In Dune? Ooh, that's my shit right there. The answer is yes. Kind of like if if you are asked if you are a god. Yep.
Be gone! Leave me be, whoever you is! Get away!
Calm down. It's over.
What kind of character would I be for the RP? It really depends on what Faye Lin and the others
All's
decide.
Past, never to be restored. I'll not forget that ever.
So Dune Awakening takes place in an alternate reality of Dune, where Paul Atreides never existed.
Supposed to live in this village.
Aye, he did. No longer. They nabbed him in that hut. If you'd have heard the cries, sir. If you'd have heard how a man can scream, how he can suffer.
So yeah, it takes place in an alternate reality where Paul Atreides never existed, and the events of the book never happened. But instead, you have the Atreides, you have the Harkonnens, and basically they're both vying for control in Dune. I'm hoping... Oh, and you also have the Fremen. I'm kind of hoping that Faye Lin and others decide they either want to do Atreides or Fremen, because I think both of those would be really, really, really fun to roleplay. I think those would be insanely fun to roleplay. I'd totally be down, especially to play with Faye Lin, of all people. Faye Lin is amazingly talented. And insanely nice. So, yeah. Definitely, I definitely got to get in touch with Faye Lin about that, because that I think would be a lot of fun, and she knows how to roleplay. And I know for a fact, she and I have both been waiting for a long time with bated breath, praying that this game was going to be good. And it looks like it is. And they've got all different sorts of vehicles. And I know that they're going to be adding more, but they've got, they got like ATVs, I guess you can call them, but they're tracked. They're tracked vehicles. That can go over the sand. They got sand crawlers. They've got ornithopters. They've got, one's called like an ornibomber. So it's literally an ornithopter, but bigger because it's supposed to be a bomber. They've got like a bunch of different stuff. So, yeah. I think that'll be a lot of fun once I can touch base with Phelan and see where she's at or see what she's waiting on. And, yeah. In terms of characters, I think if I was going to play a Fremen, I'd probably... Ooh, I don't know. I'd really have to think about it when it comes to a Fremen, but as an Atreides, I might want to be something along the lines of not like Duncan Idaho, because Duncan Idaho is like a fucking insanely OP character, but definitely somewhere along the lines of that that path. Right? Where Duncan Idaho, he's like a master tactician and everything else, but my guy, you know, he might end up being just like a warrior for the Atreides or something along those lines. I think it'd be a lot of fun. I really, really, really do. Or something like a pilot for the ornithopters. An ornithopter pilot would be so much fun. I'd love to be an ornithopter pilot. Gruntman. Yeah. Or, oh shit, who was the other one? Gurney Halleck. Same kind of thing. Same kind of thing, where Gurney Halleck was, trained very, very well in different forms of combat and everything else. I don't know if they have anything past that just yet, but I think it might also end up being kind of fun if you could end up playing a Mentat. I think being a Mentat would be kind of cool as well. No one's going to be able to do that? Do what? Be a Mentat? Why couldn't they be a Mentat? Because in any of the movies and even the miniseries that we see, a Mentat is essentially just a master of spies and a what's the word I'm looking for? An intelligence analyst. That's really all they are. I mean, granted, they're also supposed to be super smart and like this, that, and the other thing, but it's really just an advisory role. That's all it is. I mean, you'd work your way up to it, right? But I think that'd be kind of fun. Their computing power is supposed to be insane, right? Well, they're considered human computers, but you also have to remember the context in which they're talking about human computers. So this is a society that a couple thousand years ago revolted against AI, and for the longest time, because they revolted against AI and because they revolted against a lot of technology that might have anything to do with AI, they had to train humans how to think again. And the Mentats were part of that whole thing. So they're considered human computers, but that's also because, comparatively speaking to the rest of the population of the galaxy, they're also just incredibly smart. That's really all it is. So I think that'd be fun. And the thing I absolutely love, and maybe you guys differ in terms of what you think about it, but I'm really, really, really glad that there is no way anybody can be Paul Atreides. I'm really glad for that. When you said alternate I was in, yeah. Yeah, I think it would be a detriment to allow anyone to be even remotely close to Paul Atreides. Because, let's face it, in the Dune books, he essentially becomes God. And I don't think anybody should be allowed to be that powerful in a game that's set up the way it is.
Tell me what happened here, step by step.
They took him. Took them all. The sun.
His weird worm sister.
And the dusk went crimson like blood. Thought to myself, strange.
No, I didn't hear about the plane crash.
I cannot hear them.
That's bad.
save terror through and through. Hendrik screamed. Then he begged. By the end, he could do naught but moan. Weren't here long, the terrors. Yet the village froze like in the heart of winter.
You in that hut when they rode off?
No, and I'll not set foot there. Never.
Farewell, and peace of mind to you. Damn it.
That's one way to put it. Definitely damn it. I like him and his weird worm sister. You know what I think is funny is everybody forgets that in the Dune lore, eventually Paul ends up becoming a worm.
Tortured him. Maybe they missed something.
Search his trousers. Sure. Wow. He's got a really thick tool in there.
Need to check his pockets. Trousers are stiff, as if hung out to dry midwinter.
Isn't she a weird worm thing too? It's really weird. Paul's sister in Children of Dune ends up basically becoming a tyrannical despot, and they have to depose her, essentially. She kind of goes a little funky and a little wonky after a bit, because basically she's like second best to Paul, which is the chosen one, because she was born with all the knowledge and powers of the Bene Gesserit. So she's essentially the second most powerful being in the universe. And then, is it Paul's? I think it's Paul's son. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Paul's son, which is Leto II. He becomes part worm. And this is after Paul steps away and heads back out to become one with the desert. So he goes out and becomes one with the desert, and because he realizes and he foresees that there are going to be trillions of people that die all across the universe if he continues his jihad, and he doesn't want that to happen, because he also sees himself becoming quite literally the God Emperor, and he doesn't want that. The only reason why he did what he did in the original story was to get revenge for his family being killed, and to take what was rightfully theirs, which was Dune, and to allow the Fremen to be free. And then that kind of spiraled out of control a little bit, and then he reeled back and said, fuck this, I'm done, and went out into the desert. And Leto II, and I can't remember his sister's name, but the two of them basically grew up with Paul, and then when Paul left, they kind of didn't know what the hell was going on, and Leto eventually ends up becoming part sandworm. And Leto and Paul, and their sister, I can't remember the sister's name for the life of me, they basically end up having to depose Alia. So yeah, it's this whole big thing.
Maybe hid something in his jerkin. Damn, he's cold as ice. Nothing here.
He's as cold as ice.
Should check his boots. Blood, congealed. Key hidden in his boot. Gotta fit a keyhole. Somewhere nearby, hopefully. There's a draft. Gotta be a space under this rubble. Guess I should do some cleaning.
Missing Tamara Strenger, daughter of the Bloody Baron, presumed kidnapped. Hearty reward for whoever finds her or brings her in. Huge plane crashed the other day, and it involved the type of plane that until then has never been in a crash before. It was a Boeing 787. Yeah, I'd like to know what happened, but I mean, it depends on what the NTSB or any other controlling authority is able to find out.
Valuables left unlocked, on display, almost. Lost his mind, or...
Is it in India? I don't know. Alright, let's see. Hang on. Plane carrying 242 people crashed near a major international airport west of Indian City. Ahmedabad. Shortly after takeoff, killing all but one passenger who was seen walking away from the crash with bruises on his arms. That's insane. One survivor, 241 killed in Air India plane crash. Video posted to social media shortly after the crash, verified by NBC News, shows plumes of thick black smoke to the south of the airport.
Where 241 people died, but one man aboard miraculously survived. Seen right here, bloodied but alive. It was after a Boeing 787. You see it there, crashed shortly after takeoff. You can see it right
Hang on.
here, quickly losing altitude, then falling into the horizon. And then the ball of fire billowing from the wreckage.
Hang on. Let's go back.
Seen right here, bloodied but alive. It was after a Boeing 787. You see it there, crashed shortly after takeoff.
It's still in takeoff mode. It looks like it's stalled. Honestly, it looks like it's stalled. Now, I know that Boeing has had problems in the past with their software. So it's entirely possible that maybe it's the same thing, where the plane keeps constantly trying to nose up, but unfortunately, because the airspeed is so low, it can't keep itself aloft, and it just starts to sink. And there's nothing that anybody can do, because they have it set the way that it should be. So what ends up happening is the pilots are trying to fight a computer that's got control over the entire airplane, and literally nobody can stop it. Yeah, it was Boeing. Yeah, because it was the 737 MAX that was happening to. People are also noting that the flaps are up and the landing gear is still out, making it likely they messed up and hit the wrong switches. No, because you don't necessarily need flaps. You don't. You don't necessarily need flaps. It all depends on what the weather's like. So, I mean, if they got a long enough runway, why use flaps? All flaps do is they do increase lift, but they also increase drag, and you want the least amount of drag possible when you're taking off so you can keep as much airspeed while getting up. Right? Because the more lift you have, the more drag you also have to compensate for. So if they've got a long enough runway, they don't need flaps at all. Granted, it's also typically a standard practice, but depending on exactly what kind of day it is, you don't need them. So even if they're only like, say, maybe 10%, especially with a camera as far away as this, good luck trying to see flaps. Because you're not putting them down 15 to 20 degrees. You might only put them, say, like 5 or 10 degrees. That's nothing.
Takeoff. You can see it right here, quickly losing altitude, then falling into the horizon. And then the ball of fire billowing from the wreckage. The plane's tail wedged into a building. Other parts of the plane everywhere you look as first responders rush to the scene in a cloud of chaos. Senior correspondent Tom Costello covers aviation for us, and he leads us off.
Caught on camera the moment Air India Flight 171.
Yeah, if this thing is trying to take off, something happened, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was the software. But again, the problem is that the flight recorder, because I know you asked about that, Fafo, the flight recorder itself typically only activates if there is a problem that is detected by the computer. So there might not necessarily be anything on the flight recorder other than, say, like the last few seconds where the pilots are trying to scramble to regain control. So, yeah. The airplane pilots usually say that the hard part is takeoff and landing. Well, you got to remember, most of the time nowadays, when it comes to planes, even then, it's all fly-by-wire, which means that typically there are no cables or anything like that anymore. It's all electrical inputs and stuff like that. So, and let's face it, we also don't know what the maintenance logs look like for this plane. So it very well could have been some sort of electrical failure. We don't know. But the takeoff and landing, the pilots are there, but typically they're only there to run through the checklists and be there as a backup in case they need to make an emergency landing, or they need to override the system and do a go around, or they need to abort the landing entirely. The problem is more along the lines of what happens when it's already in the air. And this is a software issue that Boeing has run into before. So what ends up happening is that, at least with the 737 MAX, one of the biggest issues was that the computer would keep trying to keep the nose up when it doesn't have enough airspeed. And that's exactly the opposite of what you want. If you don't have enough airspeed, you keep the nose level, or you pitch the nose down so that you can increase your airspeed. Because if you don't have any airspeed, you're not going anywhere other than into the ground. But because the computer keeps going, we're too low, and it keeps pitching the nose up, you're going to bleed off all that airspeed and drop like a rock.
Lifted off from Ahmedabad in western India, headed for London Gatwick Airport. But only 600 feet off the ground, it quickly lost altitude and crashed in a horrific ball of fire. Dark black smoke billowing from the nearby neighborhood. Video captured the immediate aftermath as firefighters rushed in. Overhead, this striking image, the plane's tail sticking out of the side of a building as rescue teams frantically searched for victims.
Very tragic and very, very horrific. And even till now, I have to say I'm in a state of shock.
Local authorities say the plane crashed into a medical college hostel just as students were eating lunch. Dozens injured, at least 5 thought to have died. Out of the 242 people on board the plane, the local police say only a single passenger was able to walk away. Viswash Kumar Ramesh, a British national sitting in exit row window seat 11A and traveling with a brother who is still missing. Another brother in the UK spoke to Sky News.
He video called my dad. As he crashed, he said, "Our plane's crashed." All of that. I don't know where my brother is. I don't see any other passengers. I don't know how I'm alive, how I exited the plane.
On board, passengers from India, the UK, Portugal, and Canada. The first crash ever involving the Boeing 787 Dreamliner, a plane with a stellar reputation and 1,100 in service worldwide. Already, veteran investigators are looking at this video of the plane taking off and noticing that the flaps on the back of the wings do not appear to be extended.
Without flaps and slats extended, the wing cannot produce enough lift at low speeds.
Not necessarily. Again, it depends on the day. That's why they have checklists. The checklists determine exactly what needs to be done. Now, yes, as he said, a lot of the times you do need them in order to produce enough lift for takeoff. That's understandable. But again, if it's a software issue, then it doesn't matter.
Pointed up, indicating a possible aerodynamic stall, and the landing gear remains down well past the point it should have been retracted.
If the landing gear is remaining down, it's probably because they did not have a positive rate of climb. So what they were probably trying to do is find some sort of area in which they could land the plane because they knew they weren't going to make it back to the airport.
Air India says the captain had 8,200 hours of flight experience, the first officer 1,100 hours. One of them radioed a mayday, but it's not clear who was piloting the plane.
So one of them radioed a mayday, which means that something went wrong with the plane, and they were and the gear was down, meaning that they knew that something was going to happen, and it wasn't that they were trying to scramble to fix the plane. The landing gear remained down because they were trying to find a place to land, most likely.
This is a difficult day for all of us at Air India, and our efforts now are focused entirely on the needs of our passengers, crew members, their families, and loved ones.
While Indian investigators will be in charge, British and American NTSB and FAA investigators will assist. Boeing says it is cooperating with the investigation. Of critical importance, the plane's flight data and cockpit voice recorders may provide the clues into what went wrong.
Yeah, see how it says may provide? That's because, again, they may only have the voice recording of the two pilots trying to scramble and find a place to land. Typically, you only get like maybe the last minute to 2 minutes through a voice recorder. So if this thing just took off and somebody called Mayday because something went wrong, because everything happened so fast, there may not actually be enough information initially just from the voice recorder to give them any sense as to what happened, other than the pilots were trying to do whatever they could to keep the plane flying.
And Tom Costello joins us now. Tom, tonight everyone is asking the same question. Are there any theories on why this one passenger survived?
Yeah, and it may be hard to know right now. This is where he was, seat 11A. This is the emergency exit, and this is business class. Was he catapulted out of the plane when it hit that building? We don't know, but experts say there is not one single seat that is always the safest because it depends where the plane impacts with the terrain, Tom.
True.
Tom Costello leading us off tonight. Tom, we thank
I mean, you got to remember, you're essentially in like a 300-foot cigar tube that's got wings that are filled with hundreds of thousands of pounds of fuel that essentially make it a flying bomb. So it's really, really hard to tell as to why he'd be the one to survive. It just would, sadly. Left antenna, right antenna. I'm assuming Plains of Legend is supposed to be a watermark. Yeah. Yeah, I think Plains of Legend is supposed to be a watermark. I think that's what that is. Yeah, you can see it's trying. And the nose the nose keeps going up too. So if they called a mayday, yeah. If they called a mayday, they knew something was wrong. They absolutely knew something was wrong. So, yeah, I mean, it's sad, but the only thing anybody can do is just wait. Just wait and see what they say. So there's something nearby, but I don't know what. Maybe I gotta go outside and look? I don't know. That's the door. Be back in the house. There we go. The hell is that? Okay, those are just signs. Yeah, I already read that. Ah, there we go.
Interesting. A ledger. Payment for a sack of grain. Amount due for a charcoal shipment. Hendrik was masquerading as a merchant. What's this? Notes among the ledger entries. Clever. Interesting headings. Missing and wanted. Subject appeared in Skellige. Also cited in Novigrad. Appearance unchanged. Ashen hair. Scar on her face. Avoids contact with others. Drunken swine. So-called baron hosted subject at his castle. Or should I say, illegally appropriated fort. Reason unknown. Talked to baron at Crow's Perch. Clashed with a witch. Subject landed in swamp. Encountered a witch. Conflict ensued. Cause unknown. Find the witch. Talk to the peasantry. Village of Midcopse. Caution advised. I'm being observed. Don't know by whom or why. Unsettling signs. Dog ran off. Water in bucket froze solid. Strange glow observed in the sky. Ill omen, peasants say. Somehow they learned Hendrik was looking for Ciri, thus the torture. I'm too late. My only leads, the Baron and some witch. Damn.
Go to the Baron's castle. Okay. Jesus. Roach, you idiot.
Giddy up.
Not so fast, Roach.
Not so fast, but let's gallop. Let me off the horse. Jesus.
Pathetic.
Oh, it's the Lay 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 song. And there's my horse, just being an idiot. A ham sandwich? Nice. Wonder if they're going to take the same route with Silent Hill 1 remake as they did with 2? More than likely. It's the same team. Roach. What are you doing, idiot? That just okay, thank you. Well, I think it really all depends in terms of MGS how well Snake Eater does. But if I'm being honest, I think it's going to go really well, and that'll absolutely encourage them to remake stuff like Metal Gear Solid 1 or do Metal Gear 1 and 2. Because I think, in all honesty, if they're announcing, if they're announcing Silent Hill 1 now, that means that, and they're saying it's in development, then obviously, you know, they're doing what they need to do, and it's on track, and that's fine. But we don't know how long it's going to be before that comes out. Could be next year, could be 2 years from now. We have no idea. So we'll see. That's really all I can say. But I think they had a pretty good indicator that it was going to be a banger, and then they might have done pre-production when they were finishing up Silent Hill 2 remake, knowing that it was going to be a banger, and then when it was confirmed by how well it was received, they went, okay, let's go full bore, let's hurry and finish up pre-production, and now we're going in full swing. I would assume that that's probably what they're doing with Snake Eater as well. That's what I would assume. Give me a minute. I just got to run to the bathroom, and then we'll come back, and we're definitely just going to be doing Witcher for the rest of the night. So, yeah. Give me a few. I'll be back, and I'll just leave it on here so you guys got the music. But, yeah, give me a couple of minutes. Okay, I is back. What was I gonna say? Yeah, no, I really think that it's probably just waiting for confirmation when it comes to the MGS stuff. And same thing with Silent Hill. If it's received well, fantastic. And then there you go, it's off to the races, right? I think that's probably a safe bet, too. But we'll see. And I think if anything needs to be remade, there's 4 games that need to be remade, and the other 2 you could probably just leave alone. In all honesty. MG1 and 2, Metal Gear Solid 1, and Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker are really the only games that you need to redo. Chances are they're probably going to do Metal Gear Solid 2 as well, because I mean, let's face it, it's the same graphics as Metal Gear Solid 3, so makes sense. If you've already got the blueprint for it, you might as well do it. You know what I mean? Personally, I don't think it needs it, but
come on.
We'll see. Konami's safest road is remakes. Anything new they put out is going to be put under a microscope. No, I agree with you. I think the remakes for them are the smart move. They need to win back, and Rainbow, I think, very correctly said it. They need to win back the fan base. So if you recreate and you redo everything faithfully to the original, you just bring it into today's graphics and controls. Maybe add a couple of things here and there that, like QOL updates. Great. But other than that, Metal Gear Solid 3 doesn't need anything. Same thing with Metal Gear Solid 2. Probably doesn't need much of anything other than updated graphics and controls. Maybe change the camera. That'd be about it, in all honesty.
Where'd you say you were?
If a man defies a pact solemnized, he'll be devoured by a
Quite the work my man's got, eh? Not half bad. Brought home a bucket of peelians yesterday, the feast we had.
He's not scared. Baron finds out someone's stealing food for the pigs. Rabbit soldiers...
Ruthless, move it! Cassie, that's my breath. I think a smudger might have been choking me last night.
A smudger? A ghost, you mean? Too much hooch. That's what's choking you.
Run, Roach.
No, don't run. I think they're past the point of winning back the fan base, especially since their fan base revolves around... Oh, shut up. Oh, now I gotta wait. Hang on.
Baron home?
Depends who's asking.
A witcher. Want to talk to him?
Yeah. And I want to plough the lovely Queen Cero.
Seen this man before. In at the crossroads. You was there not so long ago. Thought you were supposed to go your separate way. Nice and all.
It led me here. Gotta talk to the Baron.
Oh, aye? What about?
Something important. His ears only.
Fine. Lodrin, let him in. If he makes any trouble, well, we outnumber him.
Open the gate. Sergeants! Ardle! Witcher to see the Baron. Don't want no disturbances. That clear?
What do you think?
I love how, with the exception of our heroes in this game, everybody else just looks like shit. I think they're past the point of winning back their fan base, especially since their fan base revolves around games they have to remake now. They have the borderline get a new fan base at this point. Their core fan base revolves around games that are a decade or older now. Yes, but you also have to remember these games are also some of the greatest games in video game history and some of the most iconic. The Metal Gear Solid franchise literally spans decades, and people are still going nuts over it. Bomberman is insanely popular. Castlevania is insanely popular. Silent Hill is insanely popular, right? So you've got quite a few heavy hitters. The problem is Konami, for a while, was doing pachinko, and they turned their backs on video games. Now they have to get back that core fan base. And I said this a while ago, and I said it earlier, but I'll say it again. They need to hit 2 home runs back to back. If they don't, that's it. They already hit one with Silent Hill 2 Remake. They absolutely need to hit it with Metal Gear Solid Delta. They do. They just need to. Because if they don't, they're dead in the water. You've already got arguably one of the top 10 most lauded game franchises in video game history that isn't like Mario that's been remade, and it did very well. Now they have to prove themselves by taking something that was made by a guy that they don't have any contact with, who is literally considered one of the greatest video game creators in the history of video games. And they have to remake it. If they nail it, everybody is going to be on Konami's good side again. Or I should say, Konami's going to be on everybody's good side again. Right? They have to. They absolutely have to. Now, there are other good games. Deliver at All Costs, Darwin's Paradox. Both of those, like, Deliver at All Costs is a lot of fun. Darwin's Paradox, I know, is going to be a lot of fun. But you can't survive just on things like that alone, especially after the 10 or so years that literally everybody thought they fired Hideo Kojima, when that's not necessarily what happened. Right? Now they're taking a franchise that he created, that nobody had any faith could, they could do anything with, especially after Metal Gear Survive, and they're remaking it. And it not only are they remaking a game in one of the greatest franchises of all time, they're also remaking the best and most popular video game in that franchise, which just also happens to be one of the best video games of all time. If they don't knock it out of the park, they don't have the fan base that they should.
You see trouble? Don't. It'll find you.
Guard called you a sergeant. You a Temerian soldier?
Not your concern, mate.
Deserter.
Temerian army don't exist no more.
So what are you all doing here?
Had a choice after the Black Ones thrashed us. Let it lie and try to lead normal lives, or continue to resist, join the guerrillas and fight for our beloved Temeria till death do us part. We chose the former.
And the Baron your commander?
Yeah. Commander.
I'll tell you where the loot's at.
Yeah, they are. They are. But we don't have any sort of release date yet on that, which means that they are banking on the fact that Silent Hill 2 Remake and Metal Gear Solid Delta are going to do gangbusters. Silent Hill 2 Remake did. Metal Gear Solid Delta has to. It still has yet to prove itself. I have a really good feeling that it's going to, but they still have to do Metal Gear Solid Delta. And Metal Gear, here's there's a lot of things, and it's not as simple as it's being put. There's a lot of moving parts, and there's a lot of things. Konami did not make Silent Hill 2 Remake. Bloober Team did. They contracted Bloober Team to make Silent Hill 2 Remake. It is their IP, and yes, they are publishing it, but Bloober Team is the one behind the success of Silent Hill 2 Remake, along with Konami in an advisory role. It's a good idea and a great move that they hired Bloober Team, especially with the success of Silent Hill 2 Remake, that they make a Silent Hill 1 Remake. Completely understandable. Silent Hill 2 Remake was fantastic. I'm sure Silent Hill 1 Remake is going to be fantastic. Metal Gear Solid Delta is all in-house. Metal Gear Solid Delta is them being able to show new fans, old fans, people somewhere in the middle, people who still don't trust Konami, and everybody else. Now it's our turn, and yes, we can actually still do this.
Long ago.
They have to prove that first.
And you, shut it now. Save your strength. Die with some dignity. Emphysema. Now those were balls. Attended a few, me and my Annie. Oh, how we danced, how we twirled. Ha ha ha!
Ooh!
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hey!
Enough. I don't care how you do it, but the deliveries must
I'm
be
on this
weekly.
quest? Sure.
Stay for tea.
No. Besides, you've another guest.
Look at that. Didn't even stay for tea. In spite of all that blabbering about how cultured the nation is.
Rumors rarely find confirmation in reality, especially the ones about foreigners.
Right you are. I know who you are. Believe I also know why you've come. We'll talk inside. Make yourself at home. Hey, where'd I put the bloody vodka? Ah, there it is. A snifter.
Sure.
Why not?
Ha! A man after my own heart. With Foltest dead and Natalis' whereabouts unknown. Bloody hell. Who's a loyal Sumerian to drink to these days?
Himself and his company?
Good enough. To the matter at hand. I'm Philip Strenger. Now the blobtits round here call me the Bloody Baron.
Geralt of Rivia. Blobtits call me the Butcher of Blaviken.
I said already, I know who you are. Truth be told, it's the only reason we're talking. How do you like it here in Velen?
It's awful. Sure.
I don't. Swamps, bogs, marshes everywhere.
Exactly. Someone loses their way around here, he becomes damn hard to find.
What are you getting at?
Many have lost loved ones here. Some their wives, others their daughters.
Can you get to the point?
Get to the point already.
Ciri, that's why you've come, isn't it?
So she was here.
She showed up some time ago. Exhausted, wounded, and stinking like a soaked hound after a hard hunt. Later, I learned she'd come from the swamp. Said some beasts from the woods attacked her before she could reach the village.
Ow. Siri, that's typically not how you, go down a hill. Oh, shit. When you play as Siri, you cannot access the inventory or use signs. Okay.
That was close. I must leave this place.
Nice.
She needs help.
You can calm down.
Hello there. Are you lost?
A little, I guess. Are you?
Yes. Though also just a little.
Does that mean you know which way to go?
Not quite. Not yet. But I'm sure we'll find the way if we set off together.
What happened to you?
This? It's nothing. How did you wind up here?
My father brought me. Told me to follow the trail of treats and eat my fill. He said he would wait. So I started down the trail, but then I saw a butterfly, and I ran to catch it, and I lost my way.
Oh, so you're dumb. Got it.
Your father, why did he have you follow the trail of treats? Do you know?
Guess we had an app to break our fast with.
I don't understand.
I was naughty. Broke a jug. Spilled all our milk.
Your parents must have been angry.
Mother said I should be spanked, but Father said wouldn't do no good. Too many mouths to feed anyway. Sending me down the trail of treats, that would solve things.
You and your father, when did you leave home?
This morning.
And did the sun warm your face or your back?
It warmed my back.
So we must go east. Come, I'll walk you home. And explain to your parents that they must not lose their children in the woods.
We can't go home because of the Wolf King and his pack.
No kings among wolves.
These have one.
And you've seen him?
Yes. I mean, no. From behind a tree.
Yes, I mean no.
With giant eyes and great fangs, and he was terribly, disgustingly horrific.
You saw him? Yes. And by yes, I mean no. Got it.
See what I've got on my back? Wolves fear it. Kings do too. Come, I'll help you up.
Yeah, no, a lot of people really, really like that Dune game. I'm excited for it tomorrow.
Wolves! Quick, hide!
Yes, more lay, lay, lay.
can come out now.
My, you're brave. My father couldn't even do that.
Mine could do a lot more.
Having other fence PvP related ones, like the fact that people sit on the PvP zone with endgame gear and camp to farm new players, it's pretty shitty. And hopefully they do something about that. I mean, what can they do? Tell them no? Like, you're bad boys for doing that. It's gonna happen. It all depends on the groups of people that are playing on the servers. That's really all it is.
Look! There's something there.
Wait here. Don't come any closer.
But...
No buts. Stay here. I must see something. Bloodshot, but still moist. He died recently. Lips parted and bloated. Bit clear through his tongue.
Ow.
Immense pain before death. His chest is crushed. Ribs probably pierced his lungs. Something picked him up and threw him against the tree. Something tore his leg off. No, gnawed it off.
Ew, that's horrible.
Stay there, and look away. What's this? Marrow's missing. Interesting.
Just make PvP less of a forced thing? It's not a forced thing. That's the whole thing. It's not. The way that the game is set up is that you have specific zones in which you can do PvP. Like, there's specific areas across the entire map where it's considered a PvP area. So, if you don't want to do it, you just don't go in.
Let's see. His liver's gone.
Why are you digging through his belly?
Would you mind making certain your laces are tied? The Wolf King's no fantasy, it seems. Except he's a werewolf.
What happened to him?
He had a fall.
I bet. The Wolf King got him.
When did children get so smart?
What will we do when the Wolf King finds us?
Good question. I've no silver, but I can make a blade oil.
Oil? You mean like we make from rapeseed?
No, a far more special oil. Of dog tallow, wolf's bane, fool's parsley, and wolf's liver. The Wolf King will feel terrible, terrible pain.
You're smart. How do you know these things? Did your father teach you?
Not my father. My uncle. Uncle Vesemir.
Like, the servers that... So it's not forced, you just miss out on certain activities if you don't do it. Correct. So it's like... Okay, let me put it this way, because I can use this map as a perfect example, right? So you see this... How do I zoom? Oh, okay, I'm already zoomed in. So this fenced-in area right over here, like where my marker is, let's say that this is a PvP zone. So if I'm anywhere else and somebody comes into my base and steals my shit, then I to be completely honest, I can't do anything about it. So the only thing that I can do is I can lock my doors, and so on, right? but that would, even if somebody tries to break in, that would generally be considered griefing because of some of the systems that they have in there already, so that you can duke it out. This fenced-in area could be the PvP zone, so if whoever wants to go up against you is there, you can make your way there, and it'll tell you when you're crossing over into the PvP zone, and then you duke it out here. That's essentially what happens throughout the game, at least in the servers that I've seen people playing in, right? So even if people are sitting in here with, say, like, endgame gear, okay, then fuck it. Let's go over here and find another PvP area, right? And then we don't have to worry about it. So a lot of the time, it's just typical PvE survival and building, which is fine. Just the majority of negative reviews made it out as though you're basically forced to PvP if you want to make it far in the game. I'm sure that there are definitely systems that you need to utilize in order to make it farther in the game, absolutely. But it really all depends on what you want to do, and especially if you get into stuff like RP servers, you don't necessarily need to do that stuff unless it's like a scheduled event or something like that. But you also have a lot of other things too. So for instance, it's not just PvP, you have PvE, where you have NPCs that spawn in the surrounding area. Obviously, you've got sandworms. You have Harkonnen ships that patrol the area, and so on, that you don't want to get caught by. So there's plenty of stuff to do in the PvP zones, which is really, really nice, on top of gathering resources, building, and everything else. But the way that it works is you don't necessarily need to PvP either in order to progress. So they have this thing called a fiefdom in the game. Basically what it is over a certain period of time, you have to pay your tithe for being able to own land that you can actually build on. And as an owner or co-owner, you're responsible for making sure that that tithe is paid for your fiefdom. And then if for whatever reason you lapse on the fiefdom, somebody else can come in and buy it. So let's say, you know, the person that's been giving you shit in the PvP zone, for whatever reason, they can't get on for, say, a week. Well, tough shit, because if you find their base and you pay the fiefdom, congratulations, you just took ownership of quite literally everything that they had. So you can screw them over that way.
Wolves.
Hide! Quickly!
Dead.
They're gone! You can come out!
Here? It's dead. Must be a human settlement nearby.
Here?
Must be a human settlement nearby.
So yeah, there's some really, really cool systems some really cool systems that should work rather well, actually.
Do parents often send their children out to follow the sweets? All right, I have everything. Now for a spot where I can build a fire, and brew the oil in peace.
What you doing?
Greasing my blade. There. We'll see just how effective Uncle Vesemir's formulae are.
So yeah, I actually really like the systems that they have in Dune Awakening. I think it's really interesting. I like how you can turn something that is a that would typically be a PvP problem into say like a political and PvE problem, right? So especially if you're in an RP server, instead of fighting, God forbid nobody can get on to make sure that the fiefdom is all set, you can just literally walk in, break down their door if you need to, but walk in, pay it, and now it's all yours. Now, those people who were giving you hell and sitting in the PvP zones just waiting have nothing but what's on their backs, and all you just need is an overwhelming force and they're fucked. So now they have to play the political game instead of the battle game and try and get their shit back. Again, really cool idea.
This way, through the cave.
You lead.
But I think what happened...
Dark.
Afraid?
Are you?
No.
Then I'm not either.
I think what ended up happening is there were a lot of people who took a look at something like Conan Exiles, and they disliked a lot of the systems in Conan Exiles where you're forced to do certain things, and because Dune isn't necessarily that kind of setting and story to begin with, they had to change quite a few things. PvP is definitely going to be like a big thing, but maybe not as big as Conan Exiles, because you can do things in other ways.
What? The Wolf King, now do you believe me?
I do. Hide!
Oh shit, wrong button.
Boy, you really give him a drubbing. Never seen anything like it.
Girl, you can come out now. Come on.
Isn't Exiles not an MMO? It's not a traditional MMO, that's for sure. But it once you see Dune Awakening, you'll realize in a lot of aspects how it's incredibly similar to Conan Exiles. So They are calling it an MMO, yes, and that's not necessarily... It's technically a gray area, but it's not your traditional MMO either, right? It's not like you'll be sitting there and you'll be going to an NPC and the NPC goes, "I've got a quest for you." You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to see that in Dune, just like you typically didn't see that in Conan Exiles. So there's a lot of things that they did with Conan Exiles that they're doing in Dune as well, but there are also other systems that definitely make it more MMO-like. They're not wrong in calling it an MMO, but it's definitely not your traditional MMO either.
You're lucky we came this way. Found someone far less fortunate in the forest.
Must be. We was returning from Midcops when the brute attacked. I managed to flee, but Yaren...
The little one. No details.
I always seen Exiles like Ark. In a lot of ways, yes. Especially during the early days, because it, for whatever reason, Funcom decided it would be a really, really good idea to use the exact same shit that Ark did when it first came out, which was the bone stock UE4 UI. So you opened it up and you were literally just in Ark all over again. The only difference was that the UI was a different color.
You have bandages at home? Some spirit? He laid a claw or two on me, unfortunately.
I've not, miss, but my lord, he's a powerful man. He's sure to help you. Might even reward you for cutting the werewolf down.
Very well. Lead us to your lord.
Just who do you think you brought me, man? That's not me daughter.
And the little one?
Neither, damn it! I think I'd know my own child.
Well, might not be yours, the older one, but you've got to admit the likeness. That's downright striking. So, any chance for that reward?
You'll not see one fucking copper. Get out before I set my hounds on you. So, stew any good?
Very. Thank you. I'd not eaten in...
Clear to see. I'm pleased you like it. Had them prepare a bath for you once you've eaten. And you could do with some sleep. Gretka in the nook behind the hearth. You in the guest room opposite the kitchen.
Thank you.
Eat now. We'll speak once you've rested.
Wait, do we get to see Ciri in the bath? Oh, shit.
So I ordered my men to watch her and left her to rest.
And...
Damn it.
Ah, a topic for another time.
The little girl who showed up here with Ciri, what happened to her?
Gretka. She's safe and sound. Helps out in the kitchen. Ciri told me of the girl's parents, what they decided. So I decided not to send the lass home. She's fed here. A roof over a warm corner she calls her own. She wants for nothing.
What happened to Ciri?
I've told you already. A topic for another time.
No, a topic for now. Talk.
That sharpness. What's your tone, Witcher? We wish to come to an agreement, do we not?
Okay.
Take it you won't give me this information for free.
Sharp you are. I regret your loss. Commiserate. But you see, it so happens my wife and daughter are missing as well. I propose an exchange. Find my loved ones, and I shall tell you about the girl you seek. All I know.
Thing is, can I trust you? What guarantees do I have?
None whatsoever. Only my word.
Got a point.
Fine, I'll help you. I'll find your family, but then you'll give me every bit of information you have.
You have my word. Guard! This man's under my protection. No one's to bother him in any way. Don't stare, I've not grown horns. Treat it as a token of my good faith.
When do you see them last?
They vanished after the new moon, as if whisked away by shadows.
What do you mean, vanished?
Precisely that. I awoke one morn to find them gone.
Can't start searching till I know what they look like.
Tamara, my daughter, turned 19 in the spring. Slender lass, about yay tall, comes up to my shoulders. Beautiful eyes, green like her mother's. My wife, Anna, has 20 winters behind her, though she'd never admit it. Dark hair, thick as tar, keeps it tied up in a bun.
You try to search for them?
Sent men out right away, but they're not suited to it. It's one thing to rip up floorboards in search of a peasant's last sack of grain. Finding a living person, they just don't know how. Besides, Velen's naught but swamps and marshy woodland. Plenty of hard-to-find nooks. If you're looking to hide someone, this is the place.
Okay.
This place. Must be hard to be the only 2 women here.
This place? What do you mean? They wanted for nothing here. Pheasant for dinner? Not a problem. Blue ribbons from Toussaint? Say the word.
Had your men in mind. Their company. Sure your wife and daughter weren't being harassed?
My men are a horde of whoresons, but they know their place. One of them so much as looked at Anna or Tamara crosswise, I'd cut him down like a dog.
Fair enough.
Anything unusual happen before they disappeared? They act differently, do anything strange?
Unusual? No. Well, not long ago, peasants came to complain that a beast had ravaged a woman by the well. Devoured another lass before her. Common occurrences in Velen. And my women, Anna, quiet as a mouse as ever, and Tamara, occupied with her things, nothing unusual.
Occupied with her things. That's helpful.
Maybe they were kidnapped. Got any enemies?
None worth mentioning. Worthless little pricks and angry peasants is all. None would dare raise a finger against my family. Any who might have, they've been eating dirt long since.
I'll need to know a lot more than that. Can I see their rooms?
What for?
I need clues. Anything to latch onto.
I'll not let a stranger pore through their belongings.
Want me to find them or not?
I do.
Then let me work.
Fine. But I shall go with you. The doors are locked.
Oh, I can't take the sword. God damn it.
When she was a babe, my daughter loved animals. Saw a deer trophy on a wall once. Do you know what she asked?
Haven't got a clue.
Papa, is that deer's womp on the other side of the wall? You see it there? What's a trophy? I pity any bastard who's hurt her. I'll flay him alive. Here it is. Damn it! Jammed again. Bedchamber. Tamara's room is there. Try not to make a mess. For their return, I want everything to be as they left it.
No. No. Ah, okay.
Fresh flowers. He expects them to return any minute. Takes hope.
Okay. Go for this one first, I guess.
Wooden candlestick. Stem's broken. Walls a different color. Something used to hang here. That painting? Right size. Walls a different color. Something used to hang here. That painting? Right size.
What painting? Oh, this painting.
The Baron and his wife. Look happy enough. What's this? Gotta wonder who wanted to hide the hole. And what's on the other side. It gets interesting. Piece of wood looks like the stem of that candlestick. No coincidence there. Fight might have happened here. Ought to look for clues.
Okay. Oh, well, would you look at that?
Rest of the candlestick. And wine stains. Somebody smashed a bottle. From Toussaint. Yeah, Herveloos. Scent hasn't died. Wonder where it'll lead me. Damn, trail breaks off. Could find something else, though. Spruce wood. Smells of juniper incense. Some sort of folk talisman. Protective. Question is, against what? Won't find much else here.
Think I got scabies. Done poking around?
Recognize this amulet?
Yes. Anna began wearing it a time ago.
Any idea where she got it?
None.
Any witches or cunning women in the area?
A Pella. Old Coot lives near Blackbow. And there's a cunning woman in Midcops, but I know little about her. She's only recently arrived. If Anna were to see someone, she'd choose the Pella, not the woman. Anna was wary of strangers, newcomers.
Found signs of a fight in the room. Know anything about that?
A fight? What are you talking about?
Someone was attacked. Probably your wife or daughter. Whoever it was tried to defend themselves with a candlestick. Missed the attacker. Punctured the wall instead. They tussled too.
I don't know nothing about this. That night, I was drunk. Don't remember a thing. They were gone by the time I awoke.
Doubt you were the only ones in the castle. Maybe one of your men heard something?
3 times I asked those bastards if they'd seen anything, heard anything. Nothing, not a one of them.
Ought to have a chat with this Peller.
Fair warning, he's a hard man to talk to. Rumour has it he killed his own father with an axe as a lad, then went batty. Now they say he sees ghosts and ploughs his goat.
Not really interested in his hobbies. Just want to ask about the amulet.
Oh, good. We have to go talk to a goat fucker? That's a thing. Alright, guess we're off to go talk to the goat fucker. Why do I gotta be the one to talk to the guy that fucks goats? Okay, well that was dumb.
Get out of my sight.
What do you say we flog some hick? Yeah, for kicks and gigs.
Love to. But not till the morning.
Between the Smiths, lass. Get two.
Smarry. If I want to plough some peasant luck.
Come on, idiot.
Come on, Roach.
What?
Hey, time to water the horses.
I still don't understand that either. I really don't. It's... I find it incredibly stupid that people are pissing and moaning.
What did I do to deserve your company?
I understand that, like, everybody loves Geralt, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But...
Got eyes like a cat. You catch mice, too.
You know what? His story's over. It's Ciri's turn now. What's the problem?
Hey there.
And here's the other thing, too. Everybody pisses and moans because they go, well, that's not how it happened in the books. First off, the author is also well aware that there were certain liberties that were taken with their permission, by the way.
Dog's blood should all be
slower.
Legs torn from their asses.
To change things here and there. Second, sorry, the fucking NPCs. But yeah, like, they took certain liberties. Everybody knows that. The author's okay with that. Second, and more importantly, the author doesn't have any fucking problem with the liberties that they took, and clearly doesn't have any problem with Ciri being the new Witcher. So if the author doesn't have any issue with it, why is everybody bitching? Third, I guarantee that the majority of the people who are bitching never read the books. Guarantee. It apparently is due to the whole mutation thing around the Witchers and it never having been done on a woman, but the author said it's never stated it can't happen to them, it just never has. Yeah, so what's the issue? That's my point exactly. These people have never obviously read the fucking books. Because, and here's the other thing, most of these people are just fucking stupid. If I'm being honest, they're just absolutely stupid. Because anybody with half a brain who even read the books can sit there and go, okay, It specifically states that it's never been done on a woman before, but that doesn't mean that it can't be done on a woman before, or that it can't be done on a woman. It just, they've never tried it. So what's the problem here? Right? It's all incels. That's all it is.
Come on, Roach.
They're just looking for a reason to bitch. That's all they're doing. They're just people who are galactically dumb.
Man gets soused. He gets angry, and he's always drinking.
Men complain when there's not a hot woman in the game, and complain when there's a hot woman in the game in a way they don't like. Well, that's typically incels. And I specifically say incels because anybody that is not an incel doesn't have a problem with Ellen Ripley. Anybody who's not an incel doesn't have a problem with Princess Leia. Anybody who's not an incel doesn't have a problem with Sarah Connor. Right? Also, nobody had a problem with the 2 movies in the early 2000s of Charlie's Angels. All 3 of them were heroes. Nobody had a problem with Demi Moore playing a Navy SEAL in G.I. Jane. Nobody has a problem with Scarlett Johansson playing Black Widow, who's a superhero. Nobody has a problem with Lara Croft. Nobody has a problem with Perfect Dark. Nobody has a problem with Dino Crisis. Yeah, but Crit, my point is that people who are not incels don't have a problem with it. Back then, we just didn't have a name for it. Because it's always only the incels that do this shit. Always. Like, nobody pissed and moaned that Lara Croft wasn't Indiana Jones. A lot of people wanted an Indiana Jones game for years and years and years, yes, but nobody pissed and moaned that Lara Croft was a thing. At all. If they didn't care for it, they just didn't play it. Okay, no big deal. They went and they did their own thing. Fine.
That's it, Roach.
Nobody had a problem in, what was it, the 1970s with the original Charlie's Angels. Nobody had a problem with, what's her name from the Mod Squad. Nobody had a problem with the Bionic Woman. Nobody had a problem with Wonder Woman. And I don't mean the Gal Gadot shit. I mean, the Linda Carter. The Linda Carter Wonder Woman. Right? Nobody had a problem with that. Nobody had a problem with Supergirl, other than the fact that the movie itself was pretty junk. But nobody had a fact that it was Supergirl and not Superman, right? Nobody really ever had a problem with Barbarella. As dumb of a movie as it is, she's still a hero. She's the main character, but nobody had a problem with her, right? Like, there are tons and tons and tons of examples where you got women who are in a position where they are powerful and where they are the heroes, and nobody's had an issue with it whatsoever. So what's changed? What's changed is the fact that these fucking idiots now have a voice, and unfortunately they also happen to be the silent, or not the silent, but they happen to be the vocal minority. And in today's world, if you're the vocal minority, There you go. Kill Bill. Yeah, nobody had a problem with Kill Bill 1 or 2. Nobody had a problem, by the way, with Grindhouse when you had the 3 women that kicked the ever-living shit out of Kurt Russell at the end of the movie Death Ride. 0. No one had an issue with that.
Some strays wandered our way.
Sod off, freak. What do you want?
Want to talk to the Peller.
Too late. We've got dibs on a chat with him. A long one.
So, yeah. Wait till we have a Jane button. No. You don't... Here's the thing. I can't remember her name, but, the one who replaced James Bond as 007 in No Time to Die. I know there were some people that pissed and moaned, but she was actually really, really good. And if you want to appeal to women, give her her own series of movies. One of the coolest things in that movie was that James had to go up against somebody that was just as good as he was, if not better in some instances, in some situations, right? That's cool. So give her her own offshoot series of movies. I don't see a problem. It's the same dumb argument where you see a bunch of people going, oh, well, you know, Idris Elba would never make a good James Bond because he's black. Idris Elba would have made a fucking amazing James Bond. 1,000,000%. He would have been a fucking absolutely amazing James Bond. He's too old now, but when he had the chance to be James Bond, he turned it down because he didn't want to deal with all the fucking racist idiots. Like, there are tons and tons and tons of examples. But you want to know what really sets people off? It's fucking absolute dumbasses like, oh, who's the one who came out and went, well, I'm the first woman superhero? You know who I'm talking about. The blonde. Who thinks she knew fucking everything, and she's dumb as a fucking turd. Yes, thank you, Brie Larson. I'm the first woman superhero. No, you're not. Linda Carter was before you. Gal Gadot was as Wonder Woman before you. Black Widow, Scarlett Johansson was before you. Charlize Theron as Aeon was before you. Like, the list goes on. It's people like Brie Larson that sit there and further perpetuate that women are generally too stupid and don't deserve to be in that position because you give them a little bit of clout and all of a sudden they just take it and run with it and try and rewrite history. In the sense of Brie Larson, they are correct. But the problem is that they make it a blanket statement. Brie Larson might have ADHD or something. Yeah, it's called being a bitch. That's the something. Brie Larson's just stupid. And every time she opened her fucking mouth, especially during interviews when they were doing the when they were doing the promotional stuff, and she was with any of her co-stars, anytime she fucking opened her mouth, they both just rolled their fucking eyes, going, "Oh God, here we go." Well, here's the problem, Crit, right? The problem is that you have a bunch of people on both sides that are all or nothing. I have no problem being the guy in the middle calling out each side for their bullshit. Right? So, is it correct for people to say that women don't deserve to be superheroes? No. Is it correct for people to be saying that women shouldn't be heroes in general? No. Is it correct for them to sit there and chastise and fucking criticize people like Brie Larson, who is so fucking dumb she needs other people to tell her what to say and do? Because if she opens her mouth without any sort of guidance, it's just spewing bullshit? Yes. She was the first woman lead role in the MCU, which was what she was talking about, I'm pretty sure. She obviously wasn't the first woman superhero. You're absolutely correct, True. 100%. But unfortunately, Brie Larson can't make a cohesive fucking sentence to save her life. She's too stupid. So every time she says something, it comes out wrong because she's got two brain cells and one of them is performing CPR on the other. By just going, well, I'm the first woman superhero. No, you're not. Not even close. And then she turns around and somebody like asks a question, right? She did this a couple of times. Like somebody would ask a question because she'd be like, hold it. She'd be like part of a press conference or something like that. Somebody would ask her a question and it might be like a partial criticism, and she'd just be like, well, I don't like the question that you're asking, so I'm going to move on because you're a white man. And it's like, oh, we're going that route, are we? Got it. So you're dumb and you're also bigoted. Understood. And then she had to backpedal and she's like, not that I don't like white guys. It's like, no, you clearly just don't like anybody. She's just stupid. So are people right to criticize her? Absolutely. Are people right to sit there and paint with broad strokes and say that because of her, that no woman should be a superhero, or that no woman should have a hero role, or that no woman can be a lead in a movie or a comic book or a video game or a TV series? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And you have both sides that are basically, if you're not with us, you're against us. And God forbid you counter anything that they have to say. It's just, they just throw insults at you. Right? Oh, well, that's because you're a bigot. That's because you're a misogynist. Or, oh, well, that's just because you're stupid and because you're too woke. No. The truth typically lies in the middle. There's a saying that I really, really like, and I'm probably screwing it up, but I'm paraphrasing. The path forward is usually a three-sided sword. Your side, their side, and the truth. And it typically rings true. So, yeah, like, Anybody who's sitting there and pissing and moaning about Ciri being the next Witcher, they're just looking for reasons to bitch, and they're going way too fucking far into shit. And it's like, guys, just jerk off. Have some fucking post-nut clarity and realize that, I don't know, maybe being so fucking angry because a woman is a main character in a story that's been going on for the better part of like 20 years now is changing to a different hero, and that hero just so happens to be a woman isn't necessarily a bad thing. You know what I mean? Like, that's all it takes. That's it. That's all you need to do. Like, if anybody is really all that pissed off, it's probably because you haven't masturbated in easily years. Because you're trying to wear the term incel as a badge of honor. Just blast one off and then fucking come back and think about it. And chances are you're going to have a different perspective.
What do you want from him?
To give him what he deserves.
And that is?
He done conjured auguries. Said something evil had made its nest in Edric's bowels. Told Edric to eat rowan berries. Lots of them.
Ever since Edric's lived in the outhouse. And he's got hardened pustules all over him.
They haven't done it that day? No, that's the whole thing, because then you have that fucking no nut challenge, or whatever the fuck it's called, right? Where they're like, oh, well, you get so much more done when you don't waste all your time, and I've been doing it for fucking 8 months. It's like, guys, you do realize that is actually unhealthy, right? It's so stupid. It's so incredibly stupid.
Just so happens I need the Peller alive. So if you agree to leave him alone, for good, I'm willing to tell you how to help Edric.
Well, all in all...
Yes or no?
Fine. Let's hear it.
A tea of mullein leaves for his belly, and cover his boils with mallow. A few days and he'll be good as new.
Noted. But if it don't work, we'll be back. Move out, boys.
Disney needs to profile people who they hire as actors. That's the problem. You can't do that. You can't, especially in the States. No business, I don't care who it is, whether you're a contractor doing gig work or whether you're somebody who is hired as an employee, no business has the right here in the States to not hire or fire somebody because of their political beliefs, unless it is something that is detrimental to the company itself in terms of political views, or they're going out against the company, or they're showing the company in a bad light, or something like that. So, what's her name playing Snow White? She is more than welcome to her own political views. The problem lies when she turns around and starts making Disney look bad by calling everybody who doesn't like the movie a misogynist, when in fact the movie sucks dick.
Gotta wonder about a man who could get Edric's friends all worked up. Hey, anybody home? Open up, it's safe now.
Devils? Who do they bring? What seek ye?
I need your help.
Oh, a man, nay, a wolf, grey, though not old. 'Tis he the Peller awaits.
Or like Brie Larson, right? Brie Larson is quite literally the same way. Brie Larson is more than welcome to her opinions, so long as it doesn't damage the company image. But when it starts to damage the company image, they can absolutely get rid of her because she's causing detrimental harm to the company's appearance. So obviously they're not going to work with her anymore. Right? That's how it works here in the States. You can't fire somebody because of their political or their social beliefs or their sexual preference or their race or their religion. Nothing. You can't. You just absolutely cannot do that. It's when they're causing the company harm and they're actively doing it. Like, a mistake is one thing, and depending on how severe it is, they may get a slap on the wrist and that's about it. But if you're actively going out of your way to constantly rub it in, then yeah, you're going to get fired. Thing is, I wouldn't have thought she was like that until she actually opened her mouth. Otherwise, I thought she was fine. There's nothing wrong with her having her own opinions. And there's nothing wrong with her wanting to be left alone. Anybody. Right? Nothing wrong with anybody wanting to be left alone. But when those people, for whatever reason, decide to crash out and go absolutely batshit insane, and it's making Disney look bad, then yeah, there's going to be a massive problem. And then you see her for exactly who she is, and if you like it, okay, sure. If you don't like it, okay, sure. But she's still making the company look bad, so they're going to get rid of her ass.
You were expecting me.
Aye, as the bones declared I should. They shall come whose stench is rape and death, but the wolf shall disperse them, the white wolf. And thus he comes. Omens never lie.
Nothing wrong with her being feminist. She just didn't have to make those comments and make me think, oh, so this is... Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about, right? She can have any and all opinions that she wants, and that's all well and fine. But if you're going to do that as a company, there's not much you can do until after the damage has already been done. You can't proactively get rid of someone for their beliefs. If they start to hurt the company, then yes, you absolutely can, but that's a reactive thing.
Recognize this? Made of spruce wood, strong smell of juniper, designed to protect someone.
Freshly cut spruce sprinkled with goat's blood, then tempered with an incense of earth, smoke, and juniper. For Anna, to protect her.
Yeah, no, I know. But again, what is Disney supposed to do? That was never supposed to happen. She just did it. So, you know, there's only so much they can do, unfortunately.
You make the amulet?
Aye, sure 'twas the Pella. After the way of his forefathers, over still water in the light of a full moon. Proper as amulets go. It protected well. Should never have taken it off.
So, designed to protect her. From what?
Oh, the dear. Besieged she was, evil all around, wanting to possess her. Old magic, born of oblivion, from dark sources emerged.
Old magic? Can you be more specific?
'Tis not for mouth speech, nor for the touch. A small protective charm, not a thing more a Pella could do.
Anna and her daughter are missing. Know where they are?
Nay, nay. Pella don't know. But the spirits could know. The Pella will augur, the spirits ask.
Spirits? Great. Fine with me. Long as I know where to look, where to find them.
Lost, must be found. Princess! None better than Princess for finding things.
Princess? Which princess?
princess, my goat. She's fled.
Oh, god damn it.
Those men must have scared her off.
Yeah, this is the goat fucker.
The auguring.
Without the goat, impossible. No goat, won't work.
Will you help me if I bring the goat back?
Princess, princess, where have you got to, girl?
Fine. I'll get your goat.
The bell. The little bell's ringing. She loves it. Ring, ring, and she will follow. But for a while. But beware of wild strawberries. Raspberries, too.
Yeah, treacherous as beasts go. I always keep an eye out for them.
Use the item, press or hold, right bumper. Yay. Go Tussie, oh god. How do I repair? And how do I know it's in bad shape? Okay, my steel weapon. No. Oh god, what did I do? So how do I repair it? Can forge what? Okay. You need a repair kit if I remember right, okay. Came out with Vaporeon life-size plushies and they sold out? Yeah, and chances are everybody who bought them fucks them. I don't think I have a repair kit. Need something to hug when you sleep? Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Could you... Oh my god. Loot! Thank you. Okay, well that's not good. Oh, that's the new shared emote? Nice. That's a bear. That's a big bear. Ow! I gotta watch out for them claws. Get fucked, bear. Nice. Is that another fucking bear? Uh-oh. There's no way the goat is in here, right? Kind of find it hard to believe the goat would be in here. Oh. Oh, that's the goat. Wait. Hold on, goat.
There you are. Come on, let's go see the Peller.
Come on, idiot.
Come on, take you back to the Peller. Misses you something awful. Come on, damn it.
Ah, god damn it.
Where the hell did you go?
Hey, idiot.
They're proud of this area. Good thing I ran into him earlier. Do I really have to keep ringing this bell for you to follow?
Yeah, I didn't hear that either. That's weird. It's probably Stream Elements being a fuckhead. Oh, sound alerts are down for all streamers, so it's probably still the Twitch issue. That's more than likely what it is. Because earlier today, Twitch had an issue where, like,
we could be friends.
literally everything, including the website, was down, and I guess it was giving people, it was giving quite a few people, like, false notifications. So, like, they'd go onto somebody's channel and it would say that their channel, that channel is banned, or they would try to join a channel and it would say that they weren't allowed to talk in that stream, even though they may never have been there before because they'd been banned, and so on. So it's probably that.
You've got that all-important quality every roach has to have. You don't talk much.
Also, how you doing, Decrepit? How's things? I was actually kind of worried about that earlier today, too. Because I didn't know if they were going to have it up and running in time to stream.
Flee not from the Peller, for there are wolves about.
Spoiled was here earlier. I don't know where she went.
Dearest, sweetest goat.
Happy for you, but I'm kinda in a hurry. Anna and Tamara, they might be in danger.
The White Wolf helped the Peller, and so the Peller shall help him. Blood. We need blood. A living being.
Either that or she went to bed, because I know she's still got to work tomorrow, I think. So.
Fine. Be right back. Will this do?
Yeah, I'm excited for Dune Awakening tomorrow. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to try and get in contact with Phelan as well. I'll probably send her a message or something later on.
Whose? No one. No Tamara. Just the child. child that lives not, yet did not die.
It's over? Is that it?
That is it.
Spirits had nothing more to say? Like where they went or where they are now?
You came for an augury, and augur I did. They're gone, the child remains.
I'd almost tell you to do it now, but I'm being nice. Well, I know she also streams too, right? So even if I sent her something right now, chances are she's either still streaming, because normally she starts maybe like an hour or so before I do, or at least she did, and goes till, you know, maybe an hour or so before I end. In which case she might be getting something to eat or just chilling out or whatever. So I'll send her something once I'm done tonight, and hopefully she'll get back to me.
Mentioned a child. Whose?
Why, Anna's.
Anna was pregnant?
She was, and she miscarried.
Baron didn't mention it.
Afraid, perhaps, or ashamed, or forgetful, or perhaps he had no wish to remember.
Well, I know she also does stuff. She does other stuff too, right? So she might be busy. You know, it is what it is. But I'll definitely shoot her a message for sure. Because I always loved RPing with Phelan. She was always fantastic.
Anna tell you all this? Did she come here after it happened?
Nay, not Anna. 'Twas the omens told me.
Great, so I can be sure it's true.
The omens need not your faith to be true. It is you who needs the omens to lead you to truth.
The Baron have anything to do with his wife's miscarriage?
Foul-tempered he is, and he's a fondness for hooch.
No doubt makes his temper even fouler. Did he abuse his family? Anna came to you, you must have noticed something.
The Pella's old, near blind, but Princess came and licked her hand.
So what?
She's a wise beast. Only comes to those who suffer.
Anna tell you all this? Did she come here after it happened?
Nay, not Anna. 'Twas the omens told me.
She just raided Flick about an hour ago. That makes sense, yeah.
The omens need not your faith to be true. It is you who needs the omens to lead you to truth.
Yeah, I could totally see that. So yeah, she's probably chilling out and, you know, just kind of hanging out and decompressing, maybe getting something to eat, whatever, you know. And that's fine. And I don't want to bother her, so I'll send her something later for sure.
What happened to the child?
In a grave thrown, without rite or ceremony, it awoke. Now it wanders, it seeks vengeance.
A botchling.
White wolf, wise wolf, catch the botchling. The botchling will help, lead the wolf to the loved ones.
Botchlings suck the blood of pregnant women and eat their fetuses. They don't help.
Jesus.
It's a being cursed, and witches lift curses. If the white wolf can't lift it, he should bring me its blood. Blood will always find kindred blood.
That's a little dark. They feed off the blood of pregnant women and then eat the fetuses? What the fuck?
Heard of one witcher who lifted a botchling's curse. Never tried it myself, though. I know you need to bury it under the threshold.
And give it a name. Perform the Aim Roin.
The ritual of naming? That's an elven custom.
Human, elven, dwarven, ancient. Spirits have no race. They honor not its meaning. Win a spirit's favor, and the spirit shall aid you. Ask, and it will answer. Seek, and it will show you the way.
Why do you want its blood?
Blood, blood, blood. It binds men for all ages, the living and the dead.
Sure, but what do you want to do with it?
At times, a century is too short for two brothers to reconcile. One dies before things are set right. The other then brings his blood to the Pella.
And what does the Peller do?
He awaits Forefather's Eve. He mixes the blood with milk, herbs, and hen's feet. He drinks to reconcile the dead with the living. There shall be no Forefathers' Eve this year. But we'll find a way, all the same.
Wait, so he takes the blood of the botchling, mixes it with milk, herbs, and hen's feet, and then drinks it? Christ, that's as bad as a chocolate oyster smoothie. What the fuck? You think this is dark? Just wait. Well, it's just like I can't really think of many other instances in video games where they're just as blatant about like darker stuff like that. The botchling, what do you need with that? They don't help. They just feed off the blood of pregnant women and eat their fetuses. It's like, that paints a really, really dark picture. Holy shit.
Whatever I do, I gotta find the botchling first.
Seek it at midnight, near the grave that lies empty.
If what you say is true, the Baron ought to know where that grave is.
No, I really, I have to give it to the devs for The Witcher. That's pretty fucking dark, and I mean, honestly, that's a bold move, but it worked very well.
Run, leg it.
And whosoever finds the Baron's daughter will not go unrewarded.
What the Baron like a new daughter?
Well, I was talking with some people earlier today.
Whoa there, Roach.
I was talking with some people earlier today, and I was trying to explain to them why I'm not sold on Alien Romulus. And I think one of the biggest reasons why I'm not sold on Alien Romulus is quite literally because of what you just brought up, Bloop, right? Is the payoff, but also the themes. So it feels like the director and the writers kind of forgot what world they were in with Alien Romulus. Because you have to remember, the Alien franchise isn't just its own franchise, it's also part of the same universe that Blade Runner resides in. And Blade Runner is all about what it really means to be human. Alien is the stark opposite and contrast to what it truly means to be human, which is, who is the real monster? Is typically in Alien, Aliens, Alien 3, Prometheus, Covenant, even Alien Isolation, and notice I didn't list off Resurrection or Romulus. The theme is, who is the real monster? Is it the beast that is doing what it's meant to do and that's acting off baser instincts? Or is it the company that wishes to use and exploit that beast, and everybody else is expendable because of the profit that can be made off of, quote unquote, taming that beast? And they don't have that in Alien Romulus whatsoever. The other issue with Alien Romulus is that you have, with most movies, most Alien movies, you have it starting off slow, introducing the characters and stuff like that, finding out what the issue is, finding out what they have to do, and then the tension starts to build, and they may show a little of what's to come to the audience, but we know that the characters don't know, and the tension builds and builds and builds, and then you're hit with something that is like usually some sort of massive gory scene, and then the tension rises even more because now it's off to the races, and then you have this you have maybe another like really massive scene, and that's the payoff, but we're not done yet, because then you're given a moment of rest toward the end, and then you're really hit with a big one, and then that's the end of the movie. The pacing in Alien Romulus is all over the place. But that's because they tried to shorten the process. So you have a little bit of talking, which doesn't give enough time to build up any of the characters other than the main two. But then they have action that lasts shorter than the dialogue scenes. So you don't have enough time to build up tension or be scared. You're excited to see the face huggers and you're excited to see the xenomorph or xenomorphs. But you don't have time to be scared because there's not enough tension that's built up. And then it's just more talking heads, more action, more talking heads, more action, it's like, you know, just peaks and valleys. But unfortunately, those peaks and valleys don't do anybody any good when they happen so fucking fast that nobody has time to actually, like, assimilate those feelings, right? So the issue is you just come out of it with, like, really no payoff at all. You're not sitting there going, wow, you know, I mean, I was so scared during the entire thing, and, you know, I physically cringe and yada yada yada. It doesn't happen. And then the other problem, unfortunately, is that they decided to try something new and try and, like, flip the formula, but it doesn't really work. So the really, really big payoff, which should be the woman in the pod, happens way too early. So it's like they blew their load and now they've got nothing left, which is exactly what happened. Meanwhile, in Prometheus, the final payoff for all that tension is quite literally the scene where she's stuck in the emergency medical thing and she has to have the C-section to get the alien taken out of her. And she's just, like, sitting there and just constantly injecting herself with fucking drugs because she doesn't have time to sit there and wait because the thing's gonna, you know, burst out of her chest because she's pregnant, right? So she's just constantly, like, stabbing herself with drugs over and over and over again while this thing is literally performing a C-section on her to get this thing out. And then she has to sit there and wait to be stitched up while the fucking thing is hanging over her. And then she has to crawl out without getting attacked by this thing that this medical pod just took out. That's a really, really intense scene that makes you physically, like... It really does make you physically cringe. And that's a good thing in a horror movie. But that's the payoff. They tried to do that in Alien Romulus, and it didn't work because they blew their load too soon. Because the thing with the pregnant girl literally happens about halfway through the movie. Okay, but you still have, like, an hour left. So what is there to look forward to? On top of that, I really think when it comes to Alien Romulus, the other issue is that you have to worry about all the different remember this moments. Like, and they've been doing that for a while. Everybody has to have some variation of the pulse rifle from Aliens. Everybody has to have a variation of the flamethrower from Aliens. Everybody has to have their own version of get away from her, you bitch. Everybody has to have their own version of Ripley in a gray tank top with gray pants and sneakers and short hair with a bandolier over their shoulder holding a rifle. Everybody has to have the evil synthetic who's going to try and fuck people over. Everybody has to have a synthetic that's also good trying to help out the main heroine. Everybody has, like, it's a constant thing. If it was just Alien Romulus that did it, it actually would have turned out better. But when it's Prometheus, Covenant, Resurrection, and Romulus, it kind of loses its meaning, and it literally just does become a farce. Is it really a homage if literally everyone does it every single time to the letter? No. And, in my opinion, we need to get away from Ellen Ripley. I love Ellen Ripley. She was a great character. Everybody knows who Ellen Ripley is. But we can't keep having Ellen Ripley characters. We need a new archetype. We need a new hero. We can't keep having this thing where it's like, oh, okay, well, by the end, the heroine has short hair and she's wearing white sneakers and she's wearing dark gray pants with a lighter gray, t-shirt or tank top that's got the bandolier, and she's holding a rifle, and then that way she can sit there and waste an entire magazine worth of ammo on the damn thing and kill it, but now she's got nothing, so she has to switch to the flamethrower so that she can have this really epic thing happen where she's climbing some sort of ladder, and then she can turn around as the alien grabs her foot and either lose her sneaker, or she kicks the thing in the head so that it falls down a really long way, or it gets sucked out an airlock while she's hanging on for dear. Like, it's the same thing over and over and over and over and over, and it's like, can we please just like cut the shit, and can we get like new archetypes in here? I think that would really, really work, and for whatever reason they just keep regurgitating the same thing over and over again. And what really sucks is, without all of these tropes that have been regurgitated so many times, it's actually a really good movie in its own right. But because of all the, quote, homages that they make, and because they keep using the same tropes over and over, and because the pacing is off, and because they don't allow for a buildup of tension, and because the payoff is halfway through the movie and they've got nothing else, it's like, okay, well, what do you want from me? At best, it's a 7 out of 10. At best. Had a rough day and couldn't sleep for pig shit, but managed to swing by and say hi. Well, good to see you sober. But yeah, that's why, like, is Alien Romulus a terrible Alien movie? No, it's not. Is it the best that I've seen? Not close. No. I think, especially when they do the, because I think there's another one coming out called, I think it's a TV series called Alien Earth. They really need to step up their game, and they need to really figure out, like, what the fuck they're doing and give us new heroes. Oh, and here's the other thing. In Alien Romulus, right? Her, quote, brother, come to find out, he's a synthetic. But the problem is that he has no agency, so he cannot decide whether or not he's actually going to be helping the lead character, because they've already shown that all you have to do is take a disc out of the back of his head and pop another disc in, and he just goes into kill mode. And that's it. So you've effectively, with basically a disc the size of a fucking, of a GameCube disc, you've effectively taken all the agency away from a character that's supposed to be important. He just isn't anymore. I find if I turn my brain off for any alien film after Aliens, I have a great time. Well, let me put it this way. I think the last Alien film that I actually really, really appreciated and liked was Alien 3. Yeah, you can update their firmware to execute action. Yeah, and it's just like, oh, okay, so basically he's just a toaster. That's essentially what you've done. You have a toaster with a program personality, and instead of making toast, you take the disc out of his head and you put a new disc in his head, and now he makes bagels. Congratulations. The last Alien anything I really loved was Isolation, but films, yes, I agree. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense, and they really need to stop doing that. They really need to stop doing that, because they're just falling back on the same tropes over and over again, and people get bored. But then it literally gets to a point where it's like, well, okay, it's been like 5 or 10 years, we're going to make another Alien film, and then they just fall back into the same pattern, and everybody goes, oh my God, it was so great. And meanwhile, I'm sitting here going, didn't we have this in Covenant? Didn't we have this in Prometheus? Didn't we have this in Resurrection? Didn't we have this in Alien 3 and Aliens and Alien? Can we possibly come up with something that's a little bit different? You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. We just keep regurgitating the same shit. That's the other big thing. Weyland-Yutani is supposed to be the monster. They're supposed to be the big bad. But in Alien Romulus, the only reason why Weyland-Yutani is even present in the fucking movie is because they illegally broke into a space station that is supposed to be off limits, and then found all of this stuff that they had stockpiled. So are they bad? Yes. But do they have any teeth? No. Why? Because they're not going out of their way to fuck anybody over. So the thing that is essentially supposed to be a monster is a paper tiger at best. And that's it. It's a bunch of absolute idiots who decided, well, we're going to go and steal fuel from this abandoned space station that nobody's supposed to be on. And then instead of just grabbing the fuel and leaving, they're too fucking stupid and then go in and explore a little bit and try to loot whatever they can so that they can sell shit off to when they get to where they're going, and they stumble upon the facehugger room. And it's like, well, that's your own goddamn fault. Why am I supposed to feel bad for idiots? Oh no, Sober, we covered that earlier. Yeah. No, I hear you, Sober. We actually covered that a couple hours ago, and yeah. Before we actually started playing Witcher tonight, that popped up on my phone, and I had to bring it up and let everybody know, because that's not good. So I completely understand where you're coming from. I thought a black site would have auto turrets or a more military grade synth. Yeah. Just woke up to it, so that was nice. Yeah, it's not fun. No, I mean, I agree with you, Bloop. You're right. You're absolutely right. But again, is Weyland-Yutani at fault in this situation because a bunch of fucking idiots decided to break into a black site? I don't feel like they're at fault here, even though, yes, they are doing things that are not necessarily all that good and downright evil. We never see it, and they don't actively go out of their way to kill anybody or to make them expendable. They're just stupid. About the Iran thing? No, it's fine. I'd love to see in an Alien film how scary they made the working Joes in Isolation. That would be cool. That would be really cool. Isolation worked so well because they stuck to a formula that everybody knew worked. The tension constantly built and built and built, and then you get that payoff. And then from there, it's off to the races for a while, and then there's another payoff for all of it. And then you feel safe for a little bit, and then there's one more massive payoff before the end. And that works really, really well for Alien movies. But for whatever reason, the writers and the director of Alien Romulus decided, we're not going to go that route. Let's just make a story about a bunch of fucking idiots. Well, that doesn't give us anything. And it's, unfortunately, it's the same problem that they ran into with Alien Resurrection, right? Here's a guy that is he's a French director. He doesn't know anything about Alien whatsoever, but decides to direct it anyway because they paid him a shit ton of money. And then the script is written by Joss Whedon, who has varying other interests, none of which include Alien whatsoever, but they paid him a shitload of money, so he was like, well, fuck it, I'll just turn it into Space Buffy. And then people wonder why Alien Resurrection is shit on as much as it is. A film of Fireteam Elite wouldn't go amiss if done right, too. The tried and tested formula of Marines' claustrophobia, xenomorphs, and gore. I think it would go wrong. And the reason why I think it would go wrong is because the one thing that everybody tries to do is, it's like Aliens, but everybody wants their own version of an Aliens movie with the exception of Prometheus and Covenant. Even Predator tried to do that, and it didn't go well. Like, one movie about the Colonial Marines, which is Aliens, fine. But when you have Aliens, and Alien 3, and those all did relatively well, comparatively speaking to the rest of them, and then you have Alien Resurrection, which kind of bombed hard, and then you have Prometheus, which was promising at the beginning, and then Covenant, which bombed, and then you have Alien Romulus, which is lukewarm at best, because again, they always have to have the pulse rifle, they always have to have the shot where, or the scene where, you know, the Ripley-esque character decides, oh, hey, I have to go full auto and waste an entire magazine to hit two fucking aliens and rip them apart. And like, it's the same regurgitated shit over and over again. I can't see Fireteam Elite going good. It'd come out as good as a Halo film or TV show would. Yeah. Yeah. It's... That's kind of the problem. Is it the worst Alien film I've seen? No. No, it's definitely not the worst Alien film I've seen. But is it as good as the first three? Not even close. So, yeah, the Alien franchise, they kind of really need a home run. They really, really do need a home run. And I don't know if anybody can actually pull that off. And I know the argument could be, well, Ridley Scott could do it. Maybe. I personally don't think so, but that's also because at this point, Ridley Scott is also a grumpy old man, and he's already tried, and he tried with Covenant, and Fox fucked him over. And we all know how Covenant went.
Strike.
Yeah, Witcher 3 is really pretty. Whoa. That's not good.
Come on, Roach.
People! Castle's on fire!
Move!
It's burning! Fire!
Oh my god, door!
Drunk old fool tottering about again.
Aye, set the stable down. This is hammock. Can't be expressed. Rather not end up with a blade between my...
Oswin? Where's Oswin? Anyone seen him?
Believe I saw him heading to the stable.
What?
Fire. You blind? Nobody willing to put it out?
Ain't that simple. Most are afraid. Baron flies into a rage. He takes no prisoners.
My brother's in the stable. We've got to save him. He'll burn alive. Him and the horses.
See what I can do.
Hurry now, quick!
Cut 2 men's throats last week. They refused to drink with it.
What will you say now? Next time I ask you to drink, will I see that grin again?
Damn it, won't budge. Probably bolted on the inside. Need another way in. Damn it, won't budge. Probably bolted on the inside. Need another way in. Damn it, lots of smoke. Gotta hurry.
Oh, good. Great job, me. Add more fire. I'm sure that'll go well.
Over here! Can't get out! Roof's collapsed!
Coming to get you.
Who the fuck is he? And dead, because I have no idea where I'm supposed to be going. They wrote this Baron sequence so well. It's bleak as shit, but an example of the depth I want to see and everything. I agree. Completely.
People! Castle's on fire! Run! Run! There's a fire!
Literally saved us.
Burning! Fire!
Roach does not like doors.
Drunk old fool tottering about again. Don't calm him down.
I'm stoked about Witcher 4 as well.
Oswin? Where's Oswin? Anyone seen him?
Interesting shadow rants tonight. Of course.
What?
Have yourself a good night, Crit.
Blind? Nobody willing to put it out?
Ain't that simple. Most are afraid. Baron flies into...
My brother's in the stable.
See what I can do.
Hurry now!
Cut 2 men's throats last week. They refused to drink
What
with
will you
it.
say now? Next time I ask
What did I do to deserve your
will I
company?
see that grin again? No,
Okay, I gotta blow that section out, I guess? Maybe? I don't know.
Completely dark.
Hang on. Game saved. Good.
Damn it. Lots of smoke. Gotta hurry.
Over here! Can't get out! Roof's collapsed!
Coming to get you.
There we go.
We've a hero in our midst. You've earned yourself a barrel of Lyrian.
I know your wife miscarried. Was that before or after you beat her to a pulp?
What the fuck are you suggesting?
Don't play me for a fool. You'd been beating them for years. Finally, they'd had enough and fled. Sound about right? They ran from you, didn't they?
Lying prick!
Ever fight a witcher? We need to talk. Sit down. You beat them.
I never laid a finger on Tamara. Not once.
And on Anna?
That's another story. She always knew how to spark my ire.
Expect me to believe you were a loving father to Tamara after that scene in the courtyard?
You're free to believe whatever you wish, but she was always the apple of my eye. She had the run of the place, ask anyone. She'd ride the horses, hunt with the men, at times join them on their rounds. And they'd send for her when I flew into a rage, for only she could calm me.
Make it sound like she led a charmed life. If that's the case, why'd she run?
I'd hardly need you if I knew.
Your wife. How'd she make you angry? Too much salt in the soup? Socks never darned?
20 years we've known each other. She's seen me drunk and sober. She was there to greet me when I returned the victor. She was there to patch me up in defeat. Like no other, she knew where to press, where to pinch, so it would hurt.
You beat her? For that? For criticizing you?
Oh, Witcher, you haven't a clue, have you? Well, perhaps I shall tell you about it one day. One day, but not today.
You knew they had run away from the start.
Yes, I knew.
Why didn't you tell me? Wasted my time.
Say I had. Say I'd said I had troubles. Couldn't control my wife, my daughter. What kind of flaccid prick would you take me for?
Gotta admit, I do think you're a prick. Not because you couldn't control them, but because you drove them away.
What?
Don't play the idiot. You gave them no choice.
Anna and I... It wasn't as it seemed. Seems.
All right, I'm all ears. Tell me what happened. The truth this time.
I'd been soaking myself 3 days straight. Anna came to me, said they were leaving. I begged them to stay. She refused to hear it. I tried to stop her. She wriggled like an eel. We struggled. She fell. Last blasted thing I remember. Woke up in the morn, breeches heavy with my own piss. A large bump on my head. Sadly, they were gone. Know what that's like, Witcher? No. How the fuck could you? I was left with nothing. Nothing! Only the bottle.
Tamara present for all this? She see you quarrel?
Through the doorway, perhaps. She didn't enter the room. Shame, too. Things might have turned out differently. The sight of her always calmed me.
Signs of a fight in the room. Hole in the wall, wine all over the landing. Was that you?
Aye. We tussled. She tried to whack me on the noggin with a candlestick, but kept missing. Hit the wall and the pillar instead. I staggered backwards onto the table, spilled the wine, slipped and tumbled. Anna used that moment to flee. She rushed down the stairs, still clutching that damn candlestick. I caught her on the landing. We fell. I thought I had her. Then she turned and smacked me in the head. I blacked out. Don't know what happened next. When I came to, I was alone.
What happened next?
Next? It only got worse. I awoke at sunset, not knowing how many days had passed. Thought it was all a ploughing, drunken nightmare. And then I went to the bedchamber, but Anna was not there. Instead, there was blood everywhere. I knew she'd miscarried. My breath short, my throat locked. I neared the bed and saw it. It lay there, a tiny thing, defenseless, on bloodied sheets, dead. And it was my doing.
Jesus Christ.
Maybe you're doing, maybe not. But that amulet she wore could be important. Or maybe the fact that she lost it. What did you do with the child?
What was I to do? Took it out and buried it.
Just like that?
Damn you! I gave no thought to a funeral. It was a horror. I wanted it to end. That child had been my dream. I told Anna, the little one, our little one, to make things right. Yet she died before she could be born. Understand, Witcher? My child was dead.
I sympathize. I do.
Thank you. And know that I hope you find your Ciri.
Deal we made means I need to find Tamara and Anna first. Just so happens your unborn daughter might help us do that.
What? How?
Sometimes miscarried fetuses, if they don't get a proper burial, turn into botchlings.
Into fucking what?
We need more characters like this in modern storytelling. Writers brave enough to write this stuff. True. This is why I wanted you to play this game. I knew you'd appreciate the writing. Oh, no, I totally appreciate the writing. Absolutely. Because, like Sober said, like, we don't get typically this level of depth or seriousness in games anymore.
A cursed creature that draws strength from killing pregnant women. Once it's strong enough, it attacks those who scorned it.
But how? How does it know?
Blood ties. They're a strong bond. A bond I want to use to find your family.
How?
One of two ways. Legends claim you can bury a botchling under the family's threshold, perform a ritual, and turn it into a lubberkin. That's a sort of, hob, a guardian spirit that could lead me to your family.
And the other way?
We kill it and draw some blood. Take that to the Peller and he does the rest.
Do not kill my child. It's suffered enough already. Lift the curse that it may finally rest in peace.
Sympathy for assholes is always interesting. The Baron is an absolute chode, like Bloop said. Drunkard, wife beater, shithead, yet I feel sorry for him. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing, right? Is he is a bag of shit. He is a wife beater. He is a drunkard. He typically only cares for himself. And overall, he's not a good guy, right? Whether it be to his to his wife, or it be to, like, the men under him. And it's at least alluded to that there's the possibility that he's responsible for the miscarriage. But at the same time, you do feel for him, because whether he did or did not cause it, he saw the aftermath and has been suffering. And it's a thing that nobody should ever have to see or go through, regardless of who and what they are. What I'm sick of is writers trying to make awkward situations into meme moments. I agree.
Whatever we do, we gotta find the botchling first.
I'll show you where I buried her, and I'll dig the grave at my threshold.
If it turns out we can't transform the botchling into a lubberkin, they can bury us in it. Handy either way. The sooner we resolve this, the better. Best do it tonight, at midnight.
Then wait here with me. Near midnight, I'll take you to where I buried her.
Get word to the common folk. Ought to stay in their homes tonight and draw a line of salt outside their doors. And try to sober up.
Do I take a shovel to dig up the grave?
Take it. You'll need it, but not for that.
We'll do this, and then I'll call it.
A bit further. Follow me.
This whole quest line is tragedy all around, and that's hella rare. Yeah, it is.
Mistake. Names are powerful seals.
Here's the spot.
Chose a lovely spot.
Damn it, will you relent? I'm ploughing now I've done wrong.
Good. The grave's dug up and empty.
What's that mean?
Botchling's on the prowl.
Look.
Take it in your arms, quick.
And if it goes Garrity, it'll bite us in the arse before we know it.
Keep screaming and it will turn rabid. It's calm for now.
Bloody hell. What happens when it gets ploughing restless?
It'll bite through your jugular, and you'll bleed to death before I can help. Tell me if it starts wriggling. I'll calm it with magic. Pick it up. Take it in your arms.
Merciful gods!
Back to the fortress.
What? With this?
As I recall, you were the one wanted to test the old legends, change it into a lubberkin.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, absolutely, I would too.
Spectres. Hotchling's scent attracted them.
Oh, shit.
Something.
Stench.
Something fierce. I can't hold it. Calm it somehow. Oh. Quiet now.
Jesus. Yes, I would love a veteran Witcher's tip.
Me? Nothing. This is your job. Told you, gotta bury it under the threshold. If the tales are true, by tomorrow it'll be a lubberkin. From then on, it'll watch over your house and help me find your family.
Fuck.
We're coming. Need to hurry.
On with it. I'll not wait till they devour us.
Show me what you got.
Again? It worked. It stopped.
Ah, okay. Good call. I'll have to do that.
Chosen a name?
No.
So think of one. It's important.
It's a girl. What would Anna have named her? What now?
Repeat after me. By the powers of earth and sky.
By the powers of earth and sky.
By the world that was to be your home.
By the world that was to be your home.
Forgive me, you who came, but who I did not embrace.
Forgive me. You who came, but who I did not embrace.
I name thee, say her name, and embrace thee as my daughter.
I name thee Daya.
and embrace thee as my daughter.
Good. Now bury the body.
What now?
In 1 day's time, Dea should turn into a lubberkin. I'll stay here and wait. You go home.
I'll wait with you.
Out of the question.
But that's my child. And the guilt, the responsibility for all this lies with me.
Time for parental impulses? It's long past. Besides, nothing else you can do here.
But
no buts. Just Witcher's work left to do here. Gotta wait a day and a night for the botchling to turn into a lubberkin. That's it. Go home. And try not to drink yourself stupid again.
Oops, wrong button. Okay. Save game. Yes. And this is where we shall call it for tonight. Yeah, that was actually, I mean, it was a really well-written quest. Really well-written. And like you've all said, you don't get that depth of writing anymore, which is sad. You know, for like, there are definitely things in this game where it's not perfect, and it wasn't perfect when it came out by any stretch. But for all the little things that it gets wrong or that are wonky, the writing is definitely on point and more than makes up for its failings. So I definitely can't complain. It's not over yet. CDPR has more hurt to give you. No, that's totally fair. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing either. It's just, for all its failings, the writing is so good, you have to play it. So, yeah. But that's it for me tonight. Remember, later on today, when I stream next, we are checking out Dune Awakening. And I think I'm going to have a lot of fun with it. So, that is it for me. I do want to say thank you to everybody who was here and was watching. We had Sober, we had Aelin, we had Spoiled, we had Bloop, we had Decrepit, we had Sophia, we had Corgi for a little bit, we had Pixel Pixie, we had Fafo, we had True. Yeah, it was great. Sandworms, yes. Yeah, so and we had Crit, can't forget Crit. Yeah, we're going to be checking out Dune Awakening tomorrow, so that should be a lot of fun. So, thank you so much, guys, for hanging out. Thank you for watching. Also, Sophia, thank you for the 400 bits. And Spoiled, thank you for gifting a sub to Pixel Pixie. And Itzy was here as well. And Itzy, thank you so much for the bits. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will be back later on today, but until I see you all then, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another. Stay safe, stay frosty. And, of course, the #1 golden rule around here: try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will see y'all later. Thanks so much, everybody. Thanks for watching.